All right. Do I have a motion to return to open session?
So moved. Second.
Ms. Bond and Ms. Franklin, any discussion? Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Yes.
Dr. Guidry?
Yes.
Ms. Parton? Yes. Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
6 in favor.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to certify closed session that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered?
So moved.
Ms. Purcell and Ms. Franklin, any discussion? Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Guidry?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
6 in favor.
Motion carries. Okay. We're going to start our meeting off tonight with a moment of silence for 3 long-term MCPS staff members who recently passed away. So please join us in a moment of silence. Great, thank you. All right. Next up, we'll do our MCPS mission and belief statements. Our student representatives tonight are Asia McComb from Eastern Montgomery and Adisha Talagia from Christiansburg High School. Will you please read our mission and belief statements?
MCPS is an innovative educational community. We value diversity and we are committed to equity and inclusion. MCPS empowers learners to realize success is an ever-changing global society through collaboration with communities, families, staff, and students. MCPS provides a safe, engaging learning environment and intentional exposure to positive social, emotional, and academic experiences. Our beliefs are, all students can learn in order to pursue their dreams. Schools are safe places of joy, wonder, and creativity. Every person deserves to be loved, valued, and respected. Kindness is an essential skill of all responsible, productive community member. The diversity of our community is one of our greatest strengths.
All people deserve equitable access to opportunities and resources. Every child deserves an advocate. Honoring the voices of students and other stakeholders strengthens the school community. Open communication and feedback are vital to our growth. Learning and teaching are collective efforts that begin at birth and involve the entire community. Relationship building and high expectations are foundational to student success.
Okay, great. Thank you both. Our next item of business is the student representative reports. Asia, do you have a report from Eastern Montgomery High School?
I do. East Montgomery has had a very good start to the second semester. We had a pep rally today and all winter sport athletes were recognized. Our basketball teams both ended their seasons in the regional tournament battling hard. We also had our final MAC competition where they were named regional runner-ups. Our Scholastic Bowl team is still battling with the meet this Saturday at Virginia Tech. Our spring sports also started this past week, and softball and baseball are excited to have their first matchup against Glenver this Thursday. Following is our boys soccer team, who will play Friday against Floyd. Our FBLA team just had the regional conference where we had 2 members place first and will compete in the state conference the first week of April. We just hosted FFA week this past week where everyone dressed in their best country attire. We are in a big transitional period as spring comes around the corner, and we are excited to finish the school year off.
Great, thank you so much. Disha, do you have a report from Christiansburg High School?
Yes. Good evening. Since our last school board meeting update, CHS has had some exciting news to share with recent accomplishments and events. These include the following. CHS has continued to see improvements in their chronic absenteeism rates as compared to this time last year. The 9th grade and 10th grade at CHS were able to participate in the Love Like Adam hazing assembly that aimed at educating and equipping students with the aim to save lives by preventing hazing and/or similar behavior. Several of our governor's school students placed in the top 3 at the Southwest Virginia Governor's School Science Fair. CHS had 7 band students earn all-district band honors, and 28 students earn all-district choir honors. CHS also had 2 individuals that will participate in the all-state choir. CHS recognizes our head custodian, Mr. Claiborne, as CHS Support Staff of the Year. The CHS Teacher of the Year, Ms. Harris Gilliam, took a strong contingency of students to the State DECA Conference this past weekend, with CHS earning the Blue Chip Award. CHS was able to have Christiansburg Institute present to all the 11th grade students, the BSA, and the African American History class, giving an overview of the CHS Institute and its historical significance and the strong correlation it has between its history and February Black History Month, theme of African American and labor. What made this event even more special for CHS is that 2 of the presenters were students that served as interns at the Christiansburg Institute Museum. CHS kicked off the March Madness 2025 Cereal Bracket Challenge. Students will cast their votes to determine which cereal advances to the next round. Will the classic dominate, or will the underdog surprise us all? We will have a life-size bracket in the cafeteria for students to track the standings and to see who takes home the championship bowl. The girls' basketball team qualified for the Region 3D playoffs and won their first game last week. They are playing in the second round this evening at Lord Botetourt. The CHS wrestling team finished 6th overall at the Region 3D tournament, but had a total of 3 individual champions. The team also competed in the Class 3 state championship this past weekend, finishing 6th overall with 2 individual state champions. The CHS boys swim and dive team won the Region 3D championship the first time in school history, and the girls team placed 3rd overall. They also competed in the Class 3 state championship yesterday and today. CHS top diver Luke Rawlings won the 1-meter dive crown and set a new Class 3 record. Lastly, the CHS girls and boys indoor track and field team competed in the Region 3D tournament, bringing home a runner-up finish for the girls and a 3rd-place finish for the boys. Not only did the team finish strongly, but they both came home with numerous all-region finishes and champions. Both teams competed in the Class 3 state championship yesterday and today. From the results we currently have, Layla Haley was a double state champion by winning in both the 300-meter and 500-meter dash with new school records in both.
Great, thank you both. All right, next up, we're to our honors, awards, and recognitions. Dr. Lori Comer, Director of Secondary Education, will start our presentation for Seniors of the Month.
School board members, student representatives, and Dr. Bragan. We are proud to celebrate the outstanding achievements of a senior from each of our 4 high schools. Students who exemplify leadership, resilience, and dedication. Their profiles that are on display here and in our central office lobby highlights their talents, their aspirations, and their impact. Teachers and administrators who nominated them will share reflections of their character and their contributions. These students represent the best of our schools, and they're supported by their families and educators. Each school administrator will now present their honoree. Mr. Hurd from Auburn High School, Mr. Stewart from Blacksburg High School, Mr. Gwynn from Christiansburg High School, and Mr. Lewis from Eastern Montgomery High School. We will begin with Mr. Hurd.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Bragan, Ms. Osborne. The March Senior of the Month for Auburn High School is Callie Gallimore. If Callie and her family can join me at the podium. Callie is the daughter of Allison and Josh Gallimore and has been an excellent student at Auburn High School. She's been involved in many activities and has excelled academically. She plans to attend Radford University to study marketing or finance, but along the way has been an excellent art student as well, and her art teacher had the following to say. Callie is an outstanding student who exemplifies 3 key qualities: commitment, dependability, and remarkable talent. Her achievements in the arts are particularly noteworthy. She was recognized with the Scholastic Art and Writing Silver Key Award last year and impressively advanced to the Golden Key Award this year. She has exhibited multiple times in the School Academic Fair and the County Youth Art Month Student Art Show. Beyond the individual artistic accomplishments, Callie has shown leadership with her school's National Art Honor Society. As a key member, she took the initiative by organizing and leading the society's paint night, showcasing both organizational skills and a dedication to fostering artistic community among her peers. Callie's ability to create detailed event materials such as designing the painting group and tickets for the National Art Honor Society Paint Night further illustrates her professionalism and attention to detail, all skills that will serve her well in the future, both academically and professionally. So the Senior of the Month for March is Callie Gallimore.
Good evening, members of the board. Dr. Bragan. It is my pleasure to present the Senior of the Month. This evening, I'd like to recognize Brandon Karras as the Blacksburg High School March Senior of the Month. Brandon is here this evening with his family. I'd like to invite them to come up and join me as I read a brief statement from one of his teachers. Brandon has been an active member of the BHS band program for 4 years, including serving as low brass leader in the marching band. He's been a member of the Wind Ensemble and the Pit Orchestra for the Addams Family last spring. He is also one of the founders of Die Wonder Band, a student-led group that specializes in German polka music. They have performed in community events such as Bruinfest and the BMS International Night. As a dedicated and hardworking student, Brandon consistently demonstrates a strong commitment to his musical growth and leadership within the program. His enthusiasm for music and leadership skills make him an asset to any ensemble or project he is a part of. Congratulations, Brandon.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Bragan, and our student representatives. It is my pleasure to introduce the March Senior of the Month for Christiansburg High School, Mr. Evan Medford. I would like for Evan and his family to come forward at this time, please. When asking one of his teachers to describe Evan, they said, "I've had the pleasure of teaching Evan in my marketing classes, and he is truly a joy to have in class. He is consistently engaged and often looking for opportunities to teach me new things he has learned, share the successes of his small business, and his strategies to promote new products that he has obtained. It is always inspiring and amazing to see him apply what he has learned within our class to his own business ventures. One of the things I am most proud of is the impact he has had on the Demon Dispatch's social media platform. He was instrumental in launching the platform and shaping it as a go-to for students, faculty, and community to stay connected and engaged in all the happenings at CHS. He also was a huge contributor to the Fired Up Friday event that CHS hosted earlier this fall in conjunction with WDBJ7. Evan is also an active member of DECA. In November, he competed in the Principles of Entrepreneurship event at the District Leadership Conference, placing third, qualifying for the state competition. And just this past weekend, Evan also competed in and placed 6th overall in the Class 3A State Championship Wrestling Tournament. Evan is a bright, driven, and truly represents what it is to be a Blue Demon. With a remarkable balance of academic success, athletic achievement, and school involvement, Evan embodies the qualities of a well-rounded and hardworking student. I can't wait to see the places he will go. And he plans to attend Virginia Tech and major in marketing. Congratulations, Evan.
Good evening, members of the school board and Dr. Bragan. It's an honor to be here this evening to recognize the March Senior of the Month for Eastern Montgomery High School, William Covey. Will is here with his family, and I ask them to come forward at this time. One of Will's teachers wrote the following, highlighting his qualifications for this honor. Will Covey is by far one of the most well-rounded students with whom I have had the pleasure of working. Will is exceptionally bright, a creative thinker, and exemplifies the manner in which a young man should conduct himself. He has a natural ability to connect with people and is seemingly successful in everything with which he participates. Whether he's earning A's, straight A's, by the way, in the classroom, shooting threes on the basketball court, or just greeting you in the hallway, he always shows good character and puts forth great effort. As he graduates high school and pursues a career as a welder and fabricator, I have no doubt that he will be successful and someone that will represent his community well. We will miss him at EMHS and wish Will the best. Please join me in congratulating Will Covey as our Senior of the Month.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. Next up, Dr. Thomas Brewster, our Assistant Director of Human Resources, will start our presentation for Support Staff Employees of the Year.
Good evening, Chairman Hudson, members of the board, and Dr. Bragan. I'm delighted to stand here before you tonight to honor our Support Staff Employees of the Year. Montgomery County Public Schools deeply appreciates the dedication and efforts of our support staff employees, our administrative assistants, our school nurses, custodians, paraprofessionals, facility workers, technology staff, bus drivers, and school nutrition employees are all crucial to our school division's ability to meet the needs and interests of our students. The functionality of our school division hinges on the contributions of these individuals. In recognition of their significant contributions, Montgomery County Public Schools annually honors exemplary support staff employees, selecting one individual as Support Staff Employee of the Year. This individual represents the entire school division and assumes the title for the following year, paralleling the process for the Teacher of the Year award. Nominees for this award are employees who consistently exhibit leadership, foster collaborative relationships with students, colleagues, and the community, and make exceptional contributions to the school division. This year, 21 support staff employees were nominated by a school or director. It is with great pleasure that I now announce and honor our nominees for Support Staff Employee of the Year. Joining me is Dr. Amanda Widener, our Director of Human Resources, and Jim Drader, President of Christiansburg-Blacksburg Rotary Club. On behalf of the Rotary Club, Mr. Drader will present a $1,000 check to our School Division Employee of the Year. Although many of our support staff are here tonight, some were unable to attend due to family commitments or personal illness. To those who are present, when I call your name, please come forward to receive your certificate and a small token of our appreciation. If you brought guests who wish to take photographs, they are welcome to come forward for that purpose as well. Okay, our first support staff nominee, Jackie Snyder, Cafeteria Manager, Christiansburg Elementary School. Jamie Honor, Early Literacy Aide, Auburn Elementary School. Dobson, Front Office Administrative Assistant, Blacksburg High School. Roger Claiborne, Head Custodian, Christiansburg High School. Jill Wells, Literacy Aide, Bellevue Elementary School. Debbie Miles, Bookkeeper, Auburn Middle School. Aaron King, IT System Analyst, Technology. Teresa Lawrence, Paraprofessional, Margaret Beeks Elementary School. Chris Young, School Nurse, Harding Avenue Elementary School. Diane Fenton, Clerical Aide, Christiansburg Primary School. April Dowdy, Special Education Paraprofessional, East Montgomery Elementary School. Chad Jones, Head Custodian, Eastern Montgomery High School. High School. Betty Daniels, Custodian, Gilbert Linkus Elementary School. Ashley McCoy, Special Education Paraprofessional, Prices Fork Elementary School, Transportation. Kimber Galbraith, Lunch and Recess Aide, Kipps Elementary School. Amy Diggs, Front Office Administrative Assistant, Blacksburg Middle School. Kim Dickerson, Administrative Assistant to the Director of Elementary Education and Division Student Placement Coordinator, Curriculum and Instruction, Central Office. Kelly Linkus, Preschool Paraprofessional, Falling Branch Elementary School. Beverly Wimmer, Cafeteria Manager, Auburn High School. Chastity Greer, Special Education Paraprofessional, Shawsville Middle School. It is my privilege to announce the Montgomery County Public Schools Support Staff Employee of the Year for 2024-2025, Teresa Hinckley. Montgomery County Public Schools proudly honors her dedication, leadership, and commitment to providing students and staff with high-quality, nutritious meals. Since joining Montgomery County Public Schools in 1986, Teresa has been a cornerstone of the school community, known for her professionalism, kindness, and strong work ethic. As cafeteria manager, she oversees a large-scale meal program ensuring smooth operations for breakfast, second chance breakfast, lunch for over 750 students, and after-school snacks. She also coordinates field trip meals, expertly navigating challenges like supply shortages and schedule changes while upholding exceptional service standards. This year, one of Teresa's most impactful achievements has been the successful launch of a Second Chance Breakfast program, which now provides breakfast to 65 to 95 students daily with the nourishments they need to stay focused and succeed. Her leadership and problem solving transformed this initiative into a thriving support system for our students. Described by colleagues as dedicated, dependable, and passionate, Teresa fosters a positive environment, welcomes feedback, and continuously improves meal quality. Her influence extends beyond the cafeteria, creating a welcoming space that staff and students appreciate. Teresa's professionalism, adaptability, and unwavering care make her an invaluable part of Montgomery County Public Schools. This well-earned recognition celebrates her lasting contributions to the school community. We are thankful for her dedication to our school division and congratulate her as the Montgomery County Public Schools Support Staff Employee of the Year. At this time, we would like to recognize Teresa for this honor, and Mr. Drader will present a check to her on behalf of the Christiansburg-Blacksburg Rotary Club. Thank you.
So the board's going to take a quick break and honor all of our winners tonight. If the support staff and the students want to come up to the front, the board will come by and say congratulations.
Probably say live with.
Okay, our next agenda item is public address. We welcome the opportunity to hear from students, parents, employees, and community members about education matters in this community. As a reminder, the board sets aside 30 minutes to start our public address. We have the option to extend in 30-minute increments, which Ms. Osborne will remind us of. If there are additional speakers after 90 minutes, the board will continue with their business meeting and hold one additional 30-minute session at the end of the business meeting. The clock continues through applause and disruptions. The more disruptions there are, the fewer speakers who get to address the board. I'll call each speaker up by name in the order that they signed up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. The board does not respond to speakers during public address. The screens will show when the speaker has 30 seconds remaining and when their time is up. Please state your name and the area of the county you live in. The first speaker tonight is Glenn Shellcoat, followed by Matthew Fentress.
Good evening. My name is Glenn Chilcote and I live in Blacksburg. I'm joined with Katie Seidemann, the MCEA president, and I'm here this evening to honor an exceptional employee, advocate, and friend, Christine Heilig. As many of you know, Christine recently passed away, but the legacy she leaves behind will positively impact generations to come. Christine was an outstanding paraprofessional at Blacksburg Middle School who fiercely advocated for her students and colleagues. She played a vital role in the fight to secure VRS benefits for all paraprofessionals, a benefit she unfortunately was never able to receive herself. When we began the effort to win collective bargaining for MCPS employees, Christine was the first person I asked to represent education support professionals. She spoke with school board members, educated her colleagues, and played a key role in securing this important right for employees. Once again, she passed away before she could experience the benefits of a classified agreement. Christine's passion for helping others was unmistakable. She was one of the best building representatives we have ever had. She was always looking out for her colleagues and ensuring that their voices were heard. She also had a warm and generous spirit, never letting a rep meeting go without bringing food to share. And she always refused to turn in her receipts to be reimbursed when we would travel. Please join me in a moment of silence to honor Christine Heilig. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chilcote. Next up is Matthew Fentress, followed by Annie Chilcote.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Matthew Fentress. I live at 395 Summit Ridge Road, Christiansburg, Virginia. I should have consulted with Glenn. We work in the same building, and I'm going to be saying some of the same things about the same person. Last night at our New River Uniserve board meeting, we talked about the passing of our good friend, Miss Christine Heilich, or known by her friends as Chris. She was the education support professional board member of our Uniserve office. The picture of Chris that is being passed among your board is when she and 5 other MCA members represented the state of Virginia and California a few years ago. She was the 2017 Virginia Education Association ESP of the Year. She was well loved by her friends here in Montgomery County, as well as our Uniserve coverage area throughout the state of Virginia and back home in Norfolk, West Virginia. She was employed for 23 years in Montgomery County Public Schools as an instructional assistant working with students who receive special education services. I got to know Chris being a member of the MCA. Actually, years ago when I was the MCA president, I asked Chris and Lori Walls to pick up snacks for the MCA representative meetings. Before they took that position, it was kind of just bags of chips and water bottles. Not Chris or Lori, nope. They showed up with the fixings that resembled a Sunday afternoon family reunion, barbecue, casseroles, different types of side dishes, a variety of drinks, and Lori's banana pudding that tasted so good it was a huge distraction at all of our MCA meetings. The MCA would try to reimburse Chris and Lori, as said before, but no. She would get mad at me and every time I try to reimburse her and try to explain to her that she should not be paying it out of her own pocket. But that's who Chris was, generous, thoughtful. Chris was the definition of someone who plants the trees to shade future generations. As long as I knew her, she was a strong education union member and advocated for her students, strive for equality and inclusion for all people, higher pay for all staff, and worked to gain VRS for ESPs in Montgomery County. She fought for the retirement for employees in the county, knowing she wouldn't personally be around to experience the full results of her efforts. Our world would grow to be a better place if, like Chris, we planted the trees for future generations to one day stand under. You can rehire for a position, but you cannot replace a person like Chris. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fentress. Next up is Annie Chilcote.
Hi, my name is Annie Chilcote. I live in Blacksburg. I'm a music teacher at Auburn Elementary School, and I am also the lead elementary music teacher for MCPS. I am here today to speak, however, on behalf of all of the music educators in Montgomery County. It is now March. It felt like January and February took forever, but it is now March, and March is Music in Our Schools Month. This is a quote from the National Association for Music Education. The purpose of Music in Our Schools Month is to raise awareness of the importance of music education for all children, and to remind citizens that school is where all children should have access to music. Music in Our Schools Month is an opportunity for music teachers to bring their music programs to the attention of the school and the community, and to display the value that school music brings to students of all ages. And even though I'm in charge of I'm the lead elementary teacher, I'm here to speak on behalf of all of us, because as you know, sometimes music teachers can be kind of humble and they won't sing their own praises. They'll wait for others to do it. It's a very busy time for everybody, but especially for music educators. The calendars are full, which they should be. I actually just came from a performance for my students. We finished around 7 and I headed to here. But I sent them an email and asked them to send me something that they were proud about, something that they would like me to highlight in a public forum. So very quickly, I'm checking my time. My elementary music teachers, we are currently completing a book study together on our own time about teaching music to students with differences and disabilities so we can better serve our students in our classrooms. The first weekend in May at Auburn, in the Reiner community, the Auburn Middle School and Auburn High School students are going to be performing Rodgers and Hammerstein's, is that right? Cinderella, the musical. The Christiansburg Middle School, Christiansburg High School, BMS and BHS bands are performing at Concert Assessment tomorrow and Thursday and Friday. At Shawsville Middle School, a student, Emilio Rivera Garcia, was the first student in 10 years to represent Shawsville Middle School at all-district band. That's a huge deal. Christiansburg Middle School's Bella Voce Choir sung at a Virginia Tech basketball game. Virginia Tech won that game. BHS had 12 students to go to all district band, 2 students to all Virginia band. BMS had 49 middle school students go to all district band. My kid was one of them. I'll take that when I can. Krista Sowers at Christiansburg High School and Katie Seidemann from Auburn High School organized an amazing all-district choir event at the Moss Arts Center. If you did not see pictures or hear recordings of that, it was absolutely phenomenal. You may have seen a couple news articles about some students at Kipps Elementary who are trying to get Metallica's attention and figured it was worth a shot to show that young students, kindergarten through 12th grade, preschool through 12th grade, can do amazing things. So thank you for your support of music education in Montgomery County. I'm lucky to work with these men and women.
Thank you, Ms. Chilcote. And with that, the public address is closed. Hold on here. Okay, great. Next up are our consent items. If no one wishes to move an item out of consent, we will consider these items approved. Okay, great. Do I have a motion to approve the payment of bills as presented?
Second.
Ms. Bond and Ms. Purcell, any discussion? Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin? Yes. Dr. Gitchery?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
6 in favor.
Motion carries. And that brings us to our business meeting. We'll start off with the report from the superintendent.
Thank you, Chair Hudson. In honor of Read Across America Week, I want to talk about something that is at the heart of all education: reading. Reading isn't just another subject in school. It is the foundation for everything our students will do. It helps them think critically, explore new ideas, and unlock opportunities that will shape their future. Simply put, strong readers become strong learners. But today, more than ever, reading is competing with our children's attention. Screens, social media, and digital entertainment are everywhere, making it easy for children and adults to spend hours scrolling instead of turning pages. While technology has its benefits, we cannot let it replace the deep thinking and imagination that come from reading a book. Studies show that students who read regularly, both in and out of school, build stronger vocabularies, better focus, and higher academic success. And here's the key. Children who see reading as something enjoyable, not just something required, are far more likely to grow into lifelong learners. That's why we, as educators, parents, and a community, must work together to prioritize reading. Encourage your children to read every day. Set aside time for books at home. Talk to them about why they're reading and what they're reading. Visit the library together. Show them that reading isn't just important, it's exciting. Here in the Montgomery County Public Schools, we are committed to giving every child the tools they need to become confident readers, from early phonemic awareness and phonics instruction to high-interest books that spark curiosity. We are investing in strategies that work. But no matter what we do in the classroom, our students need a reading culture at home and in our community. So I implore us all to work together. Let's make reading something our children look forward to, even in a world full of distractions. Because when we build strong readers, we create a strong future for our children and our community. That's all I have, Chair Hudson.
Great, thank you, Dr. Bragan. Next up, Chris Sanchez, the Executive Director of the Christiansburg Institute, will present an update on a joint project for Friends Elementary School.
Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Bragan, and to the school board. My name is Chris Sanchez, and I have the honor of serving as the Executive Director of the Christiansburg Institute. I'm here to share about our vision for the adaptive reuse of Friends Elementary School building, which I think many of you know of and have a close association to. But for those of you who don't know, The Friends Elementary School was a former segregated elementary school that operated during Jim Crow, which is today known as the MCPS Corps of Cadets building. I will also briefly share about who we are at Christiansburg Institute and then highlight what we envision inside some of the space in the school building. First, I'd like to thank Superintendent Dr. Bregan for his support in working with myself and our team, our staff, to focus on preserving and honoring this critically important heritage site into a vital cultural resource and educational asset for all students, community members, and generations to come. So a little bit about who we are at Christiansburg Institute. We are, in fact, a 501c3 nonprofit, and we are located in Christiansburg, right down the street, at 125 Arrowhead Trail. We are operated, governed by a board of directors, and we employ a 5-person staff. 4 of those staff are full-time, and 1 is part-time, and right now we currently have 7 student interns. This consists of high school students and undergraduate students. We work with a third-party certified public accountant who crunches all of our numbers for our books, and then we operate our museum and our learning center, which is open to the public with weekly scheduled hours of operation. This image here kind of shows you where we are, right down the street, off Roanoke Street at 125 Arrowhead Trail. You can see these images here. The museum that we do operate highlights the 100-year history of the first high school in the region of Southwest Virginia to educate formerly enslaved people. That is the historic Christiansburg Industrial Institute. And the museum reinvestigates the experiences of Black people in rural Appalachia from emancipation into the civil rights and through desegregation. We also operate what we call our CI Research Action Center, which features a podcast studio, a library with collaborative workspace, and this is where we conduct a majority of our internships that we have with various schools in the school district. We also operate a pretty awesome digital archive that has over 1,000 entries. These are digitized artifacts that speak to not just CI's history, but African American history, again, with a focus on the region of Southwest Virginia. And a core part of what we do as an education service nonprofit, again, is our student internship program. Our museum, again, is open to the public, and we don't just have our museum. At our office space, we also host a very expansive archival collection of over 75 linear feet, featuring over 25 collections. I would say 3 years ago, it was 25 linear feet with less than 15 collections. So we're continuing to expand and take in more material culture of our shared history here in Montgomery County at our museum. And we also offer historical research, scanning, and digitization services at no cost to community members. And I'll just briefly share a little bit more about that as I move forward in the presentation. These images here actually show our Research Action Center, which has our digital preservation lab, our podcast studio, as well as our learning library. We have a iPad in our museum, in our learning center, where you can browse our library collection online and in person, and then check out books, rent books, and take home with you from our library. These images really speak to the work that we do beyond the museum and our learning center. Most recently, we were at Fifth Presbyterian Church in Roanoke, where we worked with the church historian to digitize all of their collection and gave those copies to them at no cost. We did that with our staff. Last week, we were in Roanoke at the Harrison Museum of African American Culture, providing some consultation and best practice on how to preserve artifacts in a museum collection. In the last 2 weeks, we have visited Blacksburg High School, Blacksburg Middle School, Eastern Montgomery High School, and Christiansburg High School, sharing our local history at CI to over 1,500 students. And this Friday, we'll be visiting Auburn High School as well. Some of these images show our student interns For example, the top left image shows two of our high school student interns at Christiansburg High School working with our staff to take a comprehensive inventory of the artifacts that are in the really awesome exhibit there at the high school. Students also learn cemetery gravestone conservation, how to clean gravestones and preserve history in that way as well, which is so crucial to our work. I do want to share about, obviously, this important site, Friends Elementary School. This is a historic image that you can see in black and white there, and that is actually showing a group of Boy Scouts who were hoisting an American flag that was presented to the school by the Hamilton Way chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution. The building itself is a brick structure. It was built in 1953 as a segregated primary school for black children living in Montgomery County during racial segregation. It was also a feeder school to the historic Christiansburg Industrial Institute, which was located adjacent to the school building right there on the core campus of CI, today, again, right next to Christiansburg High School. And for a point of reference here, I'm just kind of showing you, you see the yellow highlight, that's the historic footprint of Christiansburg Institute, a nearly 200-acre school campus. Those two red ticks, the one on the bottom is the center of CI's campus. The other red tick on top of that is the Friends Elementary School building, just so you can see how close these structures are to one another. The image on the right is one of the few images that we can actually locate, dated 1964, that shows the building. This picture is critical in terms of trying to preserve the structure to its historic appearance. And you can see next to it a modern day image of the school building. And so we reimagine rehousing our museum and our learning center, our preservation lab, our library, podcast studio, obviously the museum and the archives, into some of the former classroom space inside the building. What this will do for us will allow us to have greater access to students, with Christiansburg High School being located adjacent to the school building. We currently have 3 high school interns at Christiansburg High School. Being that close to the building, the high school will be really helpful in increasing that access to student learning in our internship programming. With an enhanced museum and preservation lab and cultural center, we will have more square footage to grow our archival collection and curate additional exhibits and displays that honor Friends Elementary School's extremely important history, as well as local history in the region of Southwest Virginia, with a focus on Montgomery County and the Christiansburg Institute and its history. We also believe, too, being as close to the Midtown District in Christiansburg will kind of give us a better service footprint. Right now, we are located, again, 125 Arrowhead Trail, next to AutoZone, in an office building, and a lot of people still have a hard time finding where we are. We really believe this will really enhance our profile and increase community engagement with local learning around this important history. These are our project goals: to relocate our museum and learning center inside Friends Elementary School and to establish the Southwest Virginia African American History and Cultural Center, featuring a museum, a digital preservation lab, and the learning center itself. We want to expand historic preservation resources while enhancing stewardship efforts to ensure the site's long-term preservation and architectural integrity. We'd like to transform the site into a vibrant educational asset that inspires public learning and community engagement, and very importantly, build institutional capacity by securing sustainable funding, partnerships, and resources for effective programming and accessibility. This is our record of success in securing grant awards to fund the work that we do. So a lot of the preservation that I'm talking about, the funds that would make that possible, we really want to focus on capital grants that highlight preservation and interpretation of cultural sites. And we have a strong record of success in receiving grant awards, implementing our grant, and closing out reports with project deliverables. Most recently, I worked with Matt Dunleavy, who was awesome to work with, to submit a grant to the National Trust for the historic preservation. This is a $50,000 grant, and you can see there, these are the actual bullet points that we worked together to put into the grant proposal. One thing we'd like to do is nominate the site to the National Register of Historic Places and the Virginia Landmark Registry to get the building those two designations, to develop an interpretive plan on what new exhibits could look like and new programming could look like that focus on education and history inside the school building. We want to do a comprehensive preservation of oral histories where we work with community members who attended the school, descendants and students, to collect oral histories to honor the site, cultural programming and outreach, and then we'd like to install educational storyboards at the site. You can see these images here. We worked with the Montgomery Museum in 2022 to install 3 storyboards in the public square in downtown Christiansburg that honor African American history locally here in the county. And then you can see the green signs. Those ones were grant funded, but we did the curation, the design work, and those are installed on the historic footprint campus off Scattergood Drive in Christiansburg at the CI site. This is a really cool picture. This is actually Superintendent Dr. Bragan, Miss Debbie Sherman-Lee, who is the chair of our board and attended Friends Elementary School, as well as Miss Judy Diggs, who also attended Friends Elementary School. I know Penny Franklin, of course, attended Friends Elementary School, and we got to tour the building with 2 of our student high school interns just to kind of check the space out, kind of see what it would look like to possibly do some programming and relocate some of our work inside the building. We're really excited to partner. We see this as a collaborative effort, working together to preserve our shared history here in Montgomery County. And thank you so much for having me this evening.
Great, thank you, sir. Board, any questions or comments?
When you're talking about stewardship, what exactly does that mean? Do you all want to take over the responsibility of the maintenance and everything of the building, or what are we talking?
So stewardship, in the context of historic preservation, making sure we can bring resources to the site to preserve it long-term. One example would be to add it to the National Register and the Virginia Landmark Registry. That's one piece of the stewardship that we're talking about. Installing the storyboards, bringing increased public learning through historical markers is a part of the stewardship. And there are grants that will fund potential capital improvements to restore the physical appearance of the building to its original design when it was first built in 1953.
With the school division too, as Mr. Sanchez and I have spoken, and with some of the other team members, we envision a dual usage purpose. And one of the ideas we had came from one of our students, that we have a childcare class that we currently have at Christiansburg High School. Perhaps having that class over in that building and some of the classrooms there, and sharing some of the space with the Christiansburg Institute, and as a historical marker, being honoring the historical preservation of the building and its space, but also using it for modern times. We think that dual use could be a win-win for both of us, just in the planning phases. And one of the things I think you highlighted is getting it designated as a historic spot would be helpful in getting us some of the monies we need for the renovation.
Yep. Absolutely.
When you talk about using some of the classrooms, there's only 4, and they're not as big as you think. Besides the, it was the gym, auditorium, everything.
Right.
So what parts of the building was CI talking about?
So we haven't landed on any specific square footage that we would for sure want to use. We know that there is limited space in the building. What we would really want to focus on is making sure the museum and the learning center is rehoused in the school building. If there is room for archival collection space, that would be amazing. So we're very flexible, and we want to work together to determine that question exactly, the answer to that question exactly.
Okay, thank you so much for the information. It looks wonderful.
Thank you.
Appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you.
With what you mentioned, Dr. Bragan, about possibly utilizing a classroom, and I know we haven't gotten that far into the whole plan or not yet. But with that being considered, whether we utilize it or not, with us, I guess, undertaking the school to be a historic site, will that be something that the board will need to think about in the future? Will that be incorporated into our budget, or how will that work?
We haven't even gotten as far along on what that would look like for monies and things like that. You know, this is just an initial phase, an idea that we had to put together, bring it to the school board. As this evolves, we'll have further discussions with the Institute, with us, and going back and forth and determining what those actual uses would be. So this is an information sharing part of the project.
Would you like a thumbs up from the board to pursue continued conversations? Is that a good next step, or?
That would be nice.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay.
I just hope that any agreement is clear, documented, and everyone knows exactly what portions of the building are going to be used for MCPS and what is going to be used for the Historic Cultural Center, because I don't want to run into junk down the road.
Understood. Agreed.
And who's going to be responsible for the upkeep? That's huge.
Dr. Guidry?
I think this is great. It's crazy to think that it was opened in 1953, just a year before Brown versus Board of Education.
Yep.
Yeah, I know you've collaborated with some of my colleagues at Virginia Tech. There's so I know some of the work that you do, particularly with the digital archiving. That list of grants, IMLS, Mellon, NEH, that's like the CAP 350. It's really impressive.
Thank you.
So, and I know the Corps is using it, so I'm sure care will be taken and how the Corps is treated if it's repurposed. But I think this is really terrific.
Thank you.
Thumbs up from me.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
I know the student reps have some questions. Any other board questions? Yeah, sure.
So there's a relatively recent movement in Richmond to develop community schools. So that is part of our code. I think it was approved last year. And community schools is a model that's used in many other states. In Kentucky, it's really, really popular. The idea is that schools can play many roles in the community beyond just education. Up in Roanoke, there is a community model school where there are some healthcare services that are also offered at the elementary school. But as I'm looking at that part of Virginia code right now, it does seem like just community engagement is also part of that this provision, which may also help with establishing the boundaries of the relationship and how to move forward.
That's
So I'll
helpful.
send that
Okay.
along to Dr. Bragan. Thank you so much, Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you.
Ms. Bond, anything?
Thank you. Nice to meet you as well.
Asia?
I just wanted to say I love the idea. My great aunt, actually a news story was published about a week ago about her, NCI. She's still alive today. Yeah,
Cool.
she's still alive today. And that school and community means so much to her. And I think it's a great idea to kind of bring it back home to the roots and everything. So.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We agree.
Okay, board, any other questions or comments?
I'm just going to stress this again.
Yes, yes.
That building is not that big. And if we start stretching it, then the whole purpose of it being an African-American cultural center will be dissolved into one classroom. And I don't want to see that happening. So we need to be very, very intentional if this is going to be the focus of that building.
Okay, board, can we get a thumbs up as to whether we want to keep moving this ball forward? And great. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, sir. All righty, next up, Eddie Waters, our Director of Transportation, and Jordan Stump, our Supervisor of Purchasing, will present a fuel tank proposal for Montgomery County Public Schools.
Good evening, members of the board, student representatives. Sorry. We'll work on, we'll definitely come up, with a better one. Yes, ma'am. Good evening, members of the board, student representatives, Dr. Bragan. We're here this evening to provide information regarding the possible purchase of district-owned fuel tanks. Oh, sorry. Why should the district own fuel tanks? One main reason is bulk purchasing, which allows us to secure a better price per gallon if we buy in large quantities. Greater control over availability and quality of the fuel. We would have the ability to better safeguard from contaminants that seems to work their way in underground tanks at some of these fueling stations, which ends up with water in it that ends up in our fuel filters that tend to freeze up during the winter, causing breakdowns in our school buses. We could also directly add the fuel additive that's an anti-gelling during the cold winter months, and we would be able to purchase that in a bulk amount as well. We anticipate that an annual cost savings of $200,000 to $400,000, savings of approximately $1 per gallon. For example, we are currently paying $3.60 to $3.65 per gallon. So I called one of our local bulk fuel suppliers this morning and, asked them, for a quote, if today we bought bulk fuel from them, and they quoted me at $2.49 a gallon. So there's a pretty significant fuel savings there. It would allow us access to fuel. It would allow access to fuel to keep buses and other essential services operational, which would mean we could stockpile fuel ahead of natural disasters and avoid possible supply chain issues. So we received a proposal for 5 above-ground fire guard tanks to include 4 10,000 diesel tanks, 10,000-gallon diesel tanks, and 1 3,000-gallon gas tank. We would have 1 tank in each of the 4 strands of the district, with the gas tank being located at the operations center. The cost for this purchase, installation, setup, and training is $873,169, which also includes maintenance of the tanks and a fuel management system. If approved, capital funds would be utilized for this purchase. Questions?
Great, thank you for that. School board, who has questions?
So where would the tanks be located?
So in the Auburn area at Auburn High School, there's an area around back where there's a propane tank currently near the cafeteria. At Eastern Montgomery High School, it would be where we had our electric bus charging station, which would be to the left of the bus loading area. There's a little island right there. And then at Price's Fork Elementary, an area that's off to the right where the open field is. There's a pretty wide entrance there where we could get buses in there to fuel with enough room. And it's where the charging stations were located at for the electric buses. And then at the operations center, would also house one of the 10,000 gallon fuel tanks as well as the 3,000 gallon gas tank. And that would be in the field to the right of where the new bus parking area is for the 12, 13 spaces that we have there.
I'm sure that this is something that is kind of a moot question, but I'm just going to throw it out there anyway. I'm sure the tanks will have some sort of a lock. Will there be a pass key, pass code, or something so that people can't crack that
Yes,
system
ma'am.
and steal the gas? And
So the fuel management system that we looked at for this would have a key fob system.
Okay.
And it would also require a PIN code to go along with the key fob.
Gotcha.
Yes.
I appreciate it. Any way we can save money is a way we can turn those dollars into something else for students. So I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Bringing this forward. Thank you.
We'll go around. Ms. Purcell?
I don't think I have any questions right now. Just thanks so much for your work on this. It's really interesting.
Ms. Pardon?
Mr. Walters, thank you so much for the presentation and for being here tonight, and for everybody that had a hand in trying to save us money where we can. I really do appreciate it. I do know that there are several bus drivers that do end up taking their buses home with them rather than parking. Don't know the exact number. You probably have a better idea than I do. And I guess what they do, or what they tend to do, is they go get gas. They go wherever is nearby,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
guess, to go get gas. But it sounds like from the location of where these tanks are going to be, that it's going to be where they're coming on a daily basis. So it's not like they're having to go out of their way to come specifically to one spot to get gas. Am I thinking correctly when I
Yes,
say
ma'am.
that?
Yes,
Okay.
it would be, for most of the drivers stay in Blacksburg, most of them go to, Blacksburg High School, Blacksburg Middle School, so Prices Fork Elementary is
Okay,
just right up
great,
the road. Yes, ma'am.
perfect. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Dr. Guidry?
Sounds like a great idea. I don't know why we didn't do it before. I just have a question about timing in the capital funds. So what would be the time frame for making the purchase and installing, doing setup and training? And can you tell us a little bit more about the capital funding aspect? Because I'm sure there will be questions about, because I know we just submitted our operating budget to the Board of Supervisors. This is a different, our capital expenditures. Can you just illuminate a little bit for the community?
I could probably answer that for you on that one. That would come from the 2.5 cents we get annually as part of our operating budget for capital expenditures. If you see a little further down in the agenda, there's an appropriation for capital. This is project, if the board approves, is included in that. So this has already gone out to an RFP. We got the lowest proposal. We kind of whittled it down a little bit more as far as we can get it. And if the board approves, we'll let them know tomorrow. Hopefully get this done summertime. It'll be operational.
Correct.
Okay. And is it taking the place of any other designations for capital funds that we need to just?
The current capital expenditures that we used that monies for this year, we took from ESSER's funds, or we had in our capital reserve, like the roofs we did over the summer and things like that. So no, we have the monies for this.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
You want to go ahead?
Go ahead.
Okay. So what about the safety aspects of these big tanks just sitting out? What happens if someone decides they wanted to shoot into one of the tanks?
So according to, that's a good question, because we had similar concerns. So according to the company that we've been speaking with, these particular tanks are designed to withstand ballistics as well as vehicle impacts. They're double-walled, and there will also be concrete barriers around these, as well as like 3/4 fencing. So everything that we've seen so far, they seem to be pretty safe. that other school districts use these particular tanks.
So what happens if there's a spill?
There is spill monitoring alarms on there. So that would be part of our training on what we would do if there is a spill. But there are alarms that would come with this system to notify us if there is a spill.
Okay. So if there is a spill,
Yes, ma'am.
which is an environmental issue,
Yes, ma'am.
how is it going to be cleaned up? And how could that impact the usage of the remaining fuel?
That, I would have to get back to you on that, ma'am. Unfortunately, I don't know the exact details of that.
Okay. So when this was talked about before, well, when it was brought up, the Board of Supervisors were supposed to be involved with this. Where's what's the status of that?
We've reached out to them and wanted to know if they wanted to do a joint project or sharing it. While initially expressing interest, there was no follow-up. And so I'm not waiting. We're going to move forward. If they want to participate in joint purchasing of diesel and gasoline, we would be more than happy to do that. We would still serve in the bulk, save on those bulk savings if we wanted to spread it out, spread the wealth with the county government, would do that too. But they have, at this point, shown no interest.
Okay, so I'm all about saving money. But this is the first time we have seen any kind of formal presentation about this, and I would like to know what is in the RFPs to see what these companies are going to be responsible for. Because for me, it sounds good, but what's the traffic of the buses? Are there certain times that they'll be able to fuel, that they won't be able to fuel? Who monitors that? Is there going to be someone there? I know folks may be trained, but at least through the initial period, how is that going to be monitored to make sure things are being done correctly?
I believe we're going down a road here of management of the building and administration of what we were doing with installation of these tanks. That's not really under purview of school board members, nor is that something that we would have the answer to right now.
Okay, so whatever projects or programs that are within the school, that's under the purview of the school board.
You were asking logistical
especially when
questions
we're
about
being-
how people are going to get gas and the operations and timing
Exactly,
when they do.
because
That's not appropriate.
That is part, it's not appropriate because you don't want to have to answer it. It's appropriate.
I'd be more than happy to answer it,
as a
Ms.
board
Franklin.
member
Board
to
Chair, I
have a
asked you to weigh in
presentation-
on this.
To have a presentation that's going to answer these questions that were in an RFP, so that we know exactly what's going to be going on. So when I get a presentation that doesn't have, as other board members do, ask questions, then I ask questions, and I'm not going to be silenced.
You're asking questions about the management of the school and the operations, which is out of your purview. As
When-
far as when we
when
schedule
we-
people to fill
when
up,
you
and I'm
want
not
us
finished talking,
to
Ms.
ask the
Franklin. I
super-
listened to you.
When you want us to
That's not
ask the
appropriate.
supervisors for almost $1 million for a project that has just been kind of thrown around, and the supervisors are going to be involved with it, now we have it on as information, but then the next item is for us to approve it over $750,000 to implement this. And what's the timeline?
We shared the timeline, and there's a process that's involved as far as supplemental appropriations for the board to approve that we then send over to the Board of Supervisors for them to vote on. I have no question answering those questions. You are asking logistical questions about the operation. That's not for the board. That's a managerial perspective. You have a superintendent and you have administrators that are paid to do this job. Please allow them to do their jobs. We went out with an RFP that we put out. We put it out. We have information we got back. We vetted it. We had a team that went through it all, evaluated it. We bring it back to you for approval. What time the bus comes and picks up gas or not, that's not a question that's germane to this conversation.
It is for me. That's why I asked the question.
It's not
So
for you to
is
say.
this-
You don't
Okay,
run,
okay.
you don't run the school system. You're not the
Let's rein it
superintendent.
in, rein it in,
See,
rein it
you
in.
seem to think that you as the superintendent have a free-for-all and that the board is not supposed to question anything. We're just a rubber stamp and not know what's going on. Because we will be getting questions from community who has, you want us to vote on this, and it's just coming out to the public as to what this would look like, what the cost would be, and not even giving anybody any chance to be able to come and ask questions themselves, or send messages to the board to ask questions, or yourself. So, no, I am not out of line as a board member to ask questions about how the school system will function.
It's the specificity of the question as far as managerial operation of the school. It's in the ethics that you took, it's in the operations, it's in our policy, and it's in the state code as far as managing and running the school division. As someone with as much experience as you on the board, I would figure you would
all right,
know
come
that.
on,
Order,
come on.
please,
And
board
for
chair.
Come on.
someone with as much experience on this board, I know
Okay, I'm going to have Ms.
numerous
Franklin,
times
Ms. Franklin.
have heard board members
Ms.
ask
Franklin.
detailed questions like that. So I am not going to be silenced because I asked a question.
You're not being silenced because you're asking a question, but your response to this whole debate is inappropriate for what we're doing up here tonight.
Really?
You asked,
What are
yes,
we
ma'am.
supposed to be doing?
You asked your questions.
What are we, no. I was
You asked
asking
your
questions,
questions.
and I was told
They answered as
that
many
I
as
could
they
not
could.
ask questions. That's what I was told.
We don't see every RFP that goes out from this division.
Well,
That's not our job.
With something of this magnitude, where we're asking for this kind of money, yes, there may be some savings, and I really hope that they are, but there are questions,
Okay.
especially around safety. If one of those tanks should spill, that has to be cleaned up. It's an environmental issue. People from the environmental agencies have to come in and make sure that the soil's being removed, whatever's happening. Those are things, as a board member, I want to know.
But I appreciate that, but I trust the division that if they're going to install these fuel tanks and they're going to provide training, that they're going to cover those things. I don't need to see their safety regulations to know whether or not they're doing it. We don't ask that for anything else. Like, why?
Excuse me? We ask questions about all kinds of things at all kinds of different levels, depending on what it is.
But we don't require to see that information before we
And
take a
we
vote.
should be required to see some information.
Then we'll never do anything, Ms.
And
Franklin.
please,
Okay.
you have got that put
Ms.
into
Franklin,
your-
Ms. Franklin,
that we
you are
shouldn't
out
ask
of line
questions.
tonight.
If
you are not in favor of this, then don't vote for it. That's fine. But you don't speak for all of us. We will take our vote.
Speaking for anyone
You're
but
talking
myself.
over everybody
I'm
right now, so
told
it feels
I
like you're
can't
speaking
speak,
over everyone.
that I can't speak because I'm not going to be told that I can't speak.
You're speaking plenty tonight, and other board members would like to have a chance to speak and to move on with this thing.
Anybody else had anything else to say? Because you went around the table and you came back.
I
to
didn't get a
me.
chance to speak.
And I looked at you and I said,
Okay.
it's okay.
And last time I did that, you
And-
yelled at
and
me,
okay.
so I know how this game is played.
Point of order.
I don't play games.
Please.
Is there any executive action that the board needs to take? Is this just informative?
Our next agenda item is to approve the capital expenditure
Right.
that Dr. Bregan noted.
Right, but in terms of the item that we're discussing right now, there's
Well,
no-
the next vote is contingent upon this, so.
Yeah.
Now, again, we don't have to vote it up tonight, right? It's on the agenda,
Yeah.
so we can move forward. But if we're not in agreement that we want to move this thing forward, then we don't have to.
Mhm.
But that's the vote that's coming up next.
Yeah, the next item. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think I had a question at one point, but I've lost that question now. So, are there any other questions for the administration?
Yes. So just as you stated, and I stated also, this was put for information as a first-time presentation about this. And then the next item is to vote to approve the funds for it. That just seems kind of backwards and out of order. It's like, if you approve it, fine. If you don't, then we're still going to be asking for those funds. Something doesn't seem to line up with that for me.
Then we don't have to approve those funds. If the board feels like they're not ready to approve that purchase, then the board will vote, and we can ask for the information we need in order to make that purchase. That's fine.
Okay. Evidently, you just do not understand governance, so leave it with that.
Any other questions?
Were the board to want a little more information, not quite feel comfortable approving that capital project transfer tonight, does it delay significantly being able to, I mean, obviously it would cause some kind of delay. Is there a particular kind of timeline where like it's time sensitive?
The goal was, if approved, for the company to start work immediately, to work over the summer while students were out, out of the building for the construction, cranes coming in for the tanks, to be done by July 31st before the start of the school year.
The longest lead time is the order of the tanks, which would need to be ordered to get here in time for installation. Because there's 5 of them.
Yeah.
Do you know about how long that takes?
We've been told the lead time is anywhere between 10 to 15, 16 weeks.
10 to 15 weeks
For the tanks.
for the tanks to arrive?
Yes, ma'am.
And he would be making a big commitment to purchase those without us giving approval first. So we are waiting to get approval before we give him the go-ahead.
So it sounds like that you are familiar with some of the other areas that have the tanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there quite a few other counties that are using this certain process? And if they, I mean, I'm sure you've had discussion with them, finding out, do you like it, do you not, is a good thing. Have you had any problems?
Pulaski County, Roanoke County, Roanoke City. There's some of the school districts
So is
that.
it quite a few that you're seeing in this area? I mean, are we kind of maybe one of the fews that doesn't offer this?
For this particular area, yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Yeah, they see the fuel savings.
And they were pleased with what the decision
So
was?
far, yes,
They
ma'am.
like it, feel like they're, okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Okay, board, anything else? All right, great. Thank you so much. Oops, I'm sorry.
I have another question. So you mentioned Pulaski County to
Yes,
Ms. Bond's question. Who else in the area has this?
Roanoke County, and Roanoke City.
I believe Floyd does as well.
Floyd,
They put a
yes.
tank there.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to point out, I asked about the timeline, and I was told it was here. And obviously, it was not when Ms. Purcell asked about the timeline.
Okay. Next up, do I have a motion to authorize a request to the Board of Supervisors for a capital project transfer of $1,047,509 to the 2024-25 school operating budget?
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Parton and Ms. Bond, any discussion?
So I'm going to be voting no, because I think the way this is being put in front of us is out of order for a presentation, and then go ahead and vote on it now. This should have been in front of us before to have information, to ask questions, just like everything else. But this is just, here you go, presentation. Now, let's see if we can get nearly $900,000 for this.
This is not the first time this was brought in front of the board.
It's the first presentation that we've had, other than just you verbalizing what it might look like, especially in conjunction with the supervisors.
Okay. Mr. Purcell?
Would it be possible to move the $873,169 purchase request to a capital transfer request for our next meeting so that, RFPs are public information. If we could just get a little more context so that we can feel confident about going forward with this plan.
Well, at this point, we have a motion and second.
Okay.
Right?
That's my thoughts, so I guess that's how I'm voting.
And just to be clear, sorry, just wanted to make sure I knew the specifics of that transfer, so that full amount that's noted in that transfer is related to the fuel storage, correct?
That is correct.
Yep. Ms. Bond? Yeah.
I understand it's her first presentation, but, I've seen things that we tend to feel like is a savings before, and we've wanted to move them forward to get a jump on it. And I personally just don't look at this any differently. I feel like it could be a good savings for the community. So I'm okay with going forward with it. Even though this is our first presentation, we did give a thumbs up to information before. I just think sometimes we have to get things rolling, so I'm going to go with that.
Ms. Pardon? Dr. Guidry?
I wish I could cut the difference here between the two of the parties here. I agree that the school board is ultimately responsible for facilities and operations, although the administration, the day-to-day operations certainly falls under the superintendent. But personally, I don't know what more information that I need. Yeah, so if there are other questions that I would have about the particulars, then I might ask for a delay, but I personally can't think of anything that I would need more information on.
Okay. Just one note, since we are currently at 6 members, Dr. Roundtree will hopefully join us at some point tonight, but he hasn't yet joined us. So, and he happened to share the details of a tie vote, just in case something like this were to happen. So if we do have a tie vote, then that topic would be passed by until the next meeting, and then it would be voted upon again, right? So a tie effectively delays, right? It's not a no, it's not a yes, it's a delay. Is that correct? Okay.
And then that would delay also some of these restroom partition replacement, door replacement, compressor at Auburn Middle School payments as well, since they're all in the capital transfer request.
Whatever's in that request, right? Oh, I see. Right. Okay, any more discussion before we?
Let me ask, as far as the compressor replacement at Auburn Middle School, is that something not working, or is that something that just needs to be replaced?
It's not working properly.
Okay.
Needs to be replaced.
Thank you.
So
Yes.
So the doors at Auburn Middle School and Auburn High School, those are relatively new buildings. I might understand the compressor because it may not have been replaced during the renovation, but what's the issue with the doors?
The doors have been repaired multiple times, and they can't get the doors to lock. And it's a security issue there that our team and outside vendors have tried repeatedly to get those doors to lock effectively so that we could close them and secure them, and that's not been successful, so that's why they're recommending that they be replaced.
Okay, great. Any other questions? All right. Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond,
Yes.
Ms. Franklin. No. Dr. Gitchery,
Yes.
Ms. Parton,
Yes.
Ms. Purcell,
No.
Mr. Hudson.
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed.
Motion carries. All right, next up, Galen Woodsetzer, our Director of Equity and Diversity, and Stacy Wright, our Administrator of Equity Compliance, will present an update for the Office of Equity and Diversity.
Good evening, Chair Hudson, board members, and Dr. Bragan. We're coming before you today because, we haven't been before you in a while. And so we want to kind of update you, and then, as you know, we've got a request. So if you look, do I have to hit this? Yes. So with our history, we wanted to go over a little bit of our history because we do have some new board members who may not know about our history. So in 2018, the school board adopted diversity as one of the core values, along with the statement of inclusivity. And so the school board also created the Director of Equity and Diversity position. At the time, we were one of 6 divisions that the director had no additional duties. Usually, it was like tacked on to somebody else's. But this was the main focus. So our school board believed in equity in the statement that MCPS will intentionally address the needs of all individuals so that each person can achieve their maximum potential. And in order to build capacity through the division and adhere to the principles of impartiality, opportunity, access, and a sense of belonging for all. The Administrative of Equity and Compliance position was created to assist the Director of Equity and Diversity, and the Equity Advisory Team was formed to help the office engage in diverse group of stakeholders to ensure that instruction, discipline, student and family engagement, hiring and policy and procedures were aligned with the number 1 goal of educating students and helping them reach their full potential. You got it? Okay. Okay, thanks. In order to create educational environments where all students felt as though they belong, the equity lead positions were created along with our student cabinets. All 20 schools had equity leads and cabinets. The leads worked closely with us in the equity department. They created newsletters. We worked on information to be sent out to the high schools and to all the schools, Student services, we worked closely with student services to develop the progressive discipline matrix. Additionally, we worked with the HR department by participating in job fairs, recruitment trips, retention activities as described in the strategic plan. In 2021, Virginia policymakers established new requirements supporting cultural competency for educators in the Commonwealth. We worked with the VDOE to come up with training, culturally responsive training for our teachers that we have to do, all of our licensed people, every 2 years. The Office of Equity and Diversity has a long-standing relationship with our community partners, and during the 2023-24 school year, we enhanced those relationships by participating in summits held by the Dialogue on Race as facilitators, attending educational group meetings, and holding a combined meeting with DOOR in the fall and the spring to hear concerns of community members and brainstorms ways to support all of our students. And these meetings were held at the school board office. We were working with Christiansburg Institute, Inc. to understand the needs of students, interns who felt as though they did not belong in our school division. We attended, or Stacy attended, the Rural Education Summit hosted by the EOC, the EO, Endless Opportunity, a nonprofit organization with 60 years of history in developing education opportunities, a nonprofit organization, and she also became trained in trauma. So, transformative. In our office, we keep an awareness and accountability checklist to remind us of what we have done and what we need to do. It is our goal that our work be transformative and not mitigative. It is important to us to strengthen the capacity of leaders and to help all stakeholders understand what our office actually stands for. In the beginning, we were contacted about anything and everything that was race-related. We, through doing our equity one-on-one presentations, were able to show that we were not the race police, that our work impacted instruction, facilities, and the work that people in the trenches did every day. We have completed presentations with new teachers, with the leadership team, and 3 departments as of today: curriculum and instruction, special education, and student services. We found after 5 years at this department that we need a team of people with the will, skill, and time to help us expand social and cultural understanding for staff and students that would improve educational outcomes for all of our students, especially those who receive special education services, disproportionate discipline, and those from low socioeconomic and minority communities. We now have 5 equity leads and are in the process of trying to expand it to 12. We have developed new partnerships with the community members, and we believe that our community meetings to listen to what the organizations, our students, and our community members think about the job we're doing is very important for us. We have facilitated 2 book studies this year, Dismantling Disproportionality with our principals and central office staff, and a pilot program with Christiansburg Elementary and Price's Fork Elementary, Finding Your Blind Spots. That helps educators build bridges with each other, students, and families. In 2025-26 school year, 2 new schools will begin Finding Your Blind Spots program. And we believe that it is imperative and very important that we get out into our schools and into our community.
Good evening. So now we're looking for a new path forward, our path for educational access and opportunity. In order to continue with transformative change, what we have to do is to make sure that our office is enhancing the lives of students that can positively affect them from years to come. We need to start a new path. It has always been the goal of our office to eliminate as many barriers as possible for students, especially those barriers that students have no control over. So we were talking together, Guyleen and I, or Ms. Woodsetzer and I, we're talking together and trying to think about like 3 things that we absolutely believe could help us to move forward. We know that sometimes life throws things at us that are unavoidable. But when we started thinking about this, we thought that we needed to look around corners to be able to think about how our office is presented to our stakeholders and to the public. So our number 1 priority is educating children. And so since that is our number 1 priority, we or our office did not want to become a barrier to that. So we started talks with Dr. Bragan back in October, just thinking about a new path forward, a branding of sorts, how that we could get our brand and our purpose out to our people. We wanted to make sure that our students' barriers were eliminated, that we were taking a proactive look around corners, and that we had 3 priorities that align with the superintendent along with our strategic plan. Those 3 priorities were high expectations, accountability, and to reduce disproportionality. So in Montgomery County Schools, we have 9,572 students in pre-K through 12th grade. 443 of them identify as Asian, 413 of them identify as African American, 34 as American Indian, 599 as Hispanic, 634 students as multiracial, 9 as Pacific Islanders, 7,431 as white, and 4 who are unclassified. We have 4 distinct communities. As you already see with the diversity in our schools and our 4 distinct communities, there are different challenges and things that come with all of those. All of those students and all of those communities won't need the same things. But it is our job in our office to make sure that everyone gets what they need. We have 2,651 employees. That includes coaches, substitutes, classified personnel, and certified personnel. Just like with our students, those employees come with different challenges and things that they often have to face on a daily basis. Some things that they have been trained for in school, in college, and some things that they have not. And so with our office and our goal to make sure that we're supporting all of our students and all of our staff members, we want to just make sure that we understand and agree upon some things that will move us forward. So I'm going to ask you, can we agree that every student deserves access to a quality education? A student's success should not be determined by factors beyond their control. And true access and opportunity requires commitment and collaboration, and most important, action. So we have a perfect opportunity to continue our work as guided by the strategic plan, to have access to resources, programs, opportunities, and learning experiences, to align our work to the goals of our superintendent, high expectations, accountability, and to decrease disproportionality. So we talk about our office. Educational access and action means breaking barriers, unlocking potential, and empowering learners. Our goal is to provide every student with the best possible educational experience. This commitment drives our efforts to remove barriers beyond our control. Upon a period of reflection, we were not sure that the purpose of our office or our brand was reaching all of our stakeholders. Did they really understand us? Did they really understand what we stood for? Did they know our purpose? So as we planned for the future, we began to consider whether the name of our office unintentionally hindered student success. So we decided and we started talking about what would a rebranding look like? Maybe a new name that emphasizes positive outcomes for every student. We decided that we probably should clarify our purpose, which is to ensure that every student gets the education that they deserve. And we decided that we needed a proactive strategy to establish the office as a valuable resource to all stakeholders, and for all stakeholders to believe that that's why we are here. So, as you've heard, we've demonstrated all the wonderful things that we've been doing since 2018. Montgomery County has been known to be innovative. You know, I came here from another district, and I was so surprised that even in the district that I was in, that we did not have the position of a director of equity and diversity. We did not have the position of an administrator of equity and compliance. I was so pleased and excited to be even able to interview for that position. And so, as we've demonstrated tonight, our office plays a vital role in supporting both students and staff. By strengthening our identity and ensuring we are a valuable resource for all stakeholders, we can continue to build capacity among our staff and our students. So tonight we come before you just asking for your support, and asking for your support in a name change. The Office of Educational Access and Opportunity is what we're asking for you to support us with. We thank you for your time tonight and for listening to us carefully. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask them at this time.
Great, thank you both for that great presentation. School board members, any questions?
So I'm just curious, is a new name just a kind of like a new outlook, or do you really have a new name that you're, or did I miss that?
No, our new name is definitely an outlook that we have for our community and for our students. And
You didn't rename it, so to speak.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said, did you like have a rename?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. We had because we started thinking about that. And like I said, we didn't want students to be impacted by things that were beyond their control. And we just know that we have expanded. Like, we have expanded all of the things we do. Before, it was a couple of presentations here, it was a couple of presentations there. But like, we've done things like having our employees who are having trouble like identifying with certain students, who call our office and say, hey, can we come in and do a one-on-one with you? Right? Can we come on a one-on-one with you? Because I really don't understand why I'm having a hard time with these students. We've had people that have come to us almost because they've been voluntold, right, to come to us and ask for those things. We've had students. We've had community meetings with students in some of our trailer communities that have really told us that they don't feel seen. And so in the beginning, as Ms. Wood-Setzer said before, that, you know, only thing that people wanted to talk to us about was race. That is not who we are. That is not the only thing that we are. We are here for all of our students. So that's why we kind of thought that if our name kind of changed, that maybe we could do a rebranding and people would be able to see us as something more than that.
And just to clarify, because I'm not sure if it was clear, so the name that they're proposing is the one that's right there, the
Yes,
Office of
the
Educational
office. I'm
Access.
sorry. I'm sorry. I get so excited. I'm very passionate about this work. Yes, that is the name we are proposing. Yes, thank you. Sorry. I got off on a tangent. Okay.
Thank you.
We'll go around. Ms. Pardon.
Yeah, hey. Good evening, ladies.
Good
Thank you
evening.
both for being here. Guyleen, I want to tell you ahead of time, congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you very
And thank
much.
you for everything you've done for MCPS. We really do appreciate all of your hard work, and want to thank you for stepping up into the position and being willing to take on all of these new challenges that we Stacy that we've got coming up. So thank you both for sharing this information and everything you do. I'm going to kind of touch on something that Ms. Bond brought up. And I think you've kind of explained it, but if I'm looking at this correct, y'all please correct me if I'm not understanding correct. It says that there's going to be no policy changes in the initial policy that we created back from, I'm assuming, when the office of...
2018.
Yes, ma'am. So without having any technical policy changes, as it's noted here on my agenda, but you want to change the name, can you tell me again? I'm having a little bit of trouble. If we're not changing anything in our policy, but we're trying to make a name change, why are we wanting to do the name change, and why now? Like, why wasn't this thought about like maybe a year ago? Or just the timing is a little, I'm a little curious about the timing as well.
Well, also, as you've already said, I am leaving.
Yes, ma'am.
And so as we are looking at what we're bringing in, what we're doing, all of the work that we're doing, and so looking at that, like I said, Mrs. Wright said, we started in October talking about this and thinking ahead. And, we're really thinking about how can we make this better? Pulling in some engagement kinds of things, pulling in some other things that we can make all of our students use our office, and our parents not afraid to come, because really I had some conversations with some parents who said, oh, I didn't know y'all worked with everybody. I thought y'all just did, the race or the black and brown students. And I'm like, no, we are here for every student in our district. And so just looking at that, we thought that this would be the right time with the changing of the guard and to be able to do that.
And just to piggyback on that, with Mrs. Wood-Setzer, I'm sorry, like we talk to each other all day, every day, so it's hard for me to call her Mrs. Wood-Setzer. But with her leaving, we also thought about that as if we were going to do it, this would be a good time to do it, just because if we have to, when we have to post for her position, then we have to have a clear direction on where we're going.
Absolutely.
Right.
Okay, thank you, ladies, again. Thank you both.
Dr. Guthrie?
Thank you for the presentation as well, and for all your hard work, and to the efforts throughout the division to address some of these issues. So what is lost by removing terms like equity and diversity from the names of your office?
Personally, I don't think anything. Because I personally believe like some of our positions will still have some of that in our name, like our equity lead's name would not change. So some of those things that we're doing that have to do that are equity related will definitely be there. I think, just being quite honest, for some people, equity is scary, right? And so, and that's fine. We're not scared to do the hard stuff. We've been doing it for 5 years. However, in order to just be able to move that forward, I don't think it's a bad thing or a good thing. We could leave it or we couldn't, but we just thought about how we would impact the most number of students, right? And how like people wouldn't see us, because a lot of people do see equity more as a race kind of thing, unfortunately. And so that how we could have our students, because when we went to some of those communities, or when our students came to us, we went to Christiansburg High School a couple of weeks ago to speak with a class because they wanted to talk about our office and what we did. And so we went there to speak to those students, and those students were often, just wanting to know that they all belonged. I sat next to a young man who tried to pretend like he was asleep most of the time when we were there, but I kept on touching him and talking to him, and he engaged. So we want all students to know that they engage to us, not that their teacher just brought these equity and diversity people there.
Yeah. I think for me, when if I didn't see the description, I just saw Office of Educational Access and Opportunity. I wouldn't know what that means, because under the 14th Amendment, we have FAPE and free access to free appropriate public education. And so is the rebranding the reason why? Is the name of the office the reason why people might have misconceptions? And does renaming...
I think it has been in the past.
Yeah.
That it has been a place of misconception for some people. The old office, our current name.
Yeah.
For us, we can operate under any name, but we just thought that these were things that some of the things that even this pulled out of our strategic plan was access and opportunity. Those are things that were, so we were trying to make sure that we stayed within the confines of what our strategic plan said in our equity parts, to have access and opportunity. We also, because we are in the state of Virginia, we wanted to make sure that we aligned also with the state of Virginia and what they said. And a lot of times they talk about access and opportunity. And so you might not know what the name is, but that even as part of our rebranding, like we don't have a very good web page right now, if we're being honest, but that way that we can absolutely be able to rebrand everything so you know exactly where it was. Because where we started in 2018 is very different from where we are today.
Yeah, because I think some of that rebranding you could do without actually changing the name of the office, like the web page and what you do. I think for me, I know we're in this political moment. I know about the Department of Education's Dear Colleague letter. I know there's a lot of political pressure to remove these terms like equity and diversity. And so I understand you started the conversation back in October, so it's not just in reference to recent political events.
Yes.
So I guess I think that there are things that are lost if you remove some of these terms because, and when I think of equity, I don't just think about race. I do also think about class and about economic disparities that we have in our division. There are a number of others. And when I just see this, I don't know what that, basically what isn't access and opportunity? What isn't? What isn't under the purview of the Office of Access and Opportunity? So I understand and I appreciate where you're coming from, that you want to serve every student. I'm a little ambivalent that we're just rebranding, and that's going to solve some of the issues that we have in our division. But thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Franklin.
Okay, so thank you for explaining your vision. I had to fight real hard to get the Director of Equity and Inclusion. And, you know, I understand what you're saying. It's very hard for me to not believe that within a couple of years, everything's just going to revert back to understudent services, and equity and inclusion will just go away, and those words won't be used because people are like, well, we don't have to say these anymore. We don't have to do this anymore. And we need it now more than ever. So I'm struggling a bit. You know, if folks don't feel comfortable having conversations with as many years as it has been explained over and over again, that this is not just about race, especially with our 4 very different communities and the needs in some areas not feeling they have been given the access like others have. I'm working with it, but I'm not sure.
And that's fine. And we absolutely understand that. And we just appreciate, you know, being able to have this conversation with you all here, because we haven't been here. Like, I know that prior to Ms. Wood-Sasser even coming to the office, there was a rotation that we would come through and that we could say what the office, and many times this year, even with our title, we've heard several times, well, what do they do anyway down there? You know, what do they do anyway down there? And so I don't know, it doesn't matter what the name is. I think people are going to say, what do they do down there? Until we are at the point where we are able to let people really know what it is that we do down there in the basement, in part of student services. And we even moved apart, like we're a separate department from student services at this time. We finally got a budget in the last couple of years, in the last 2 years, actually. We could always use more. But anyway, I know how that is with budget talks. However, just knowing that no matter what the name is, no matter what the ambivalence is for people, there are going to still be people who are going to put us into a box. We don't fit well into a box. And so we just want to make sure that we're able to serve the students and do it in a way that all of our stakeholders will be proud of us.
Well, I'll just say this, part of that could be because we should be looking at everything through a lens of equity and inclusion.
Absolutely.
And your department historically has not been included in decisions that are affecting our students. And that is everything. But yet you're not bought in to be part of that conversation or developing programs or creating access or anything else for students. So when you're put in that box, it's because that's where you're left.
Ms. Purcell?
Thank you so much for your presentation. I really appreciated learning the context because there were some gaps in my knowledge for sure. And I can absolutely see the logic of having started the office in 2018, 6 years later, things have evolved in a way where it's maybe time to change the name, refocus, clarify, help people kind of better understand the work that you're trying to do. Seem to be really excited about it. So just thank you so much for giving us your time tonight and this presentation. Does the name change require a vote from us, or is this just something that you're kind of updating us about?
Just trying to update and just get your support.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
I had that same question. I wasn't sure if that requires a vote or a thumbs up or.
I believe tonight was purely informational.
Yes.
That was your goal?
Yes.
Okay. I do think Dr. Roundtree has joined us. Are you there, sir?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. And I have agreement on with Miss Bond or Miss Franklin and Dr. Dietrich regarding name changes and just some questions about whether or not to proceed with that. But thank you for the presentation tonight.
Thank you.
Great. I don't have any further questions myself. Everything's been covered.
So I've got
Does anybody have anything else? Okay, sure.
So, with the name change, if the name were to change, we still have a director and a compliance officer of equity and inclusion, diversity. How does that fit? Wouldn't it still be the same thing? They're coming to you as this, but the office name is just different.
I can speak to that. I believe tonight was informational, and you want to share that information. If the board so desires to make this change, those positions would change as well.
So we're going to get rid of those positions.
No.
It's not what anybody said.
No.
They'll stay this, we'll still have a director and an administrator of educational access and opportunity.
And then we've gone back and forth, quite frankly, about the director because we kind of think director office should match the name of the office, kind of. But like even with the administrator of equity and compliance, we've kind of gone back and forth between whether that evens, because it's very important in our office to have somebody who is looking at the compliance parts.
That's true.
Well, so again, I guess I'm a little confused then because are you asking for our thumbs up or approval before you move forward or not? Because I think I heard from you that you do want our our concurrence at least to move forward with this.
This was something that we talked about with Guyleen and Stacy, that they just wanted to share this information at this point.
Okay.
And see where y'all are and come back again with some ideas. I believe that was what our goal was tonight.
Yes.
Okay. So we should expect a future action potentially if we're going to actually adopt a name change.
Or
and
another
title
presentation.
changes.
Yep.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to
Correct?
clarify that.
Yes. Okay. Thank you all.
Okay, board, any other questions? Sorry. Everybody good?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up, Dr. Bragan, our superintendent, and Mr. Willie Howard, our director of student support and intervention, will present the division-wide plan for improving student discipline outcomes.
Thank you, Chair Hudson. You know, one of the things that came out of my evaluation and our talking about what our goals should be for this year, we had that conversation at a board meeting, I believe in December. And one of the goals, I think this was number 2 of the goals, was to look at our discipline and take a hard look at what we can do to reduce disproportionality, and come back on February 1st with a review of what we found so far, and then a presentation on what we want to do to address some of those concerns. I shared all of that presentation with you all before February 1st. Myself and Dr. Howard have worked hard behind the scenes to put all this together. So at this point, I'm going to ask Mr. Howard to hit the highlights as our Director of Student Supports and Intervention, and then we'll entertain any questions or concerns you may have throughout or at the end. Mr. Howard?
All right, good evening, board members, Dr. Bragan. This presentation outlines a strategic plan to reduce disproportionality in student discipline and create a more equitable learning environment. Our goal is to reduce disciplinary disparities for economically disadvantaged students, students of color, and students with disabilities through systemic and data-driven interventions. Key factors contributing to the problem: disproportionality in discipline is driven by factors such as lack of early interventions, inconsistent restorative practices, implicit bias, and limited data transparency. Key compliance areas reviewed. We're conducting comprehensive review of discipline policies to ensure compliance with equity-focused laws and best practices. So goal 2, action item recommendations. Conduct regular reviews of school level discipline practices. Provide regular updates to the superintendent and school board on progress toward reducing disproportionality and celebrating successes, highlighting those schools and programs that are achieving significant reductions in discipline disparities. Currently, we are in the process of putting together a student discipline advisory committee. We have quite a few names, but still trying to make sure that that committee is distributed equitably based on, I guess, the makeup and the standards of the 4 strands that we have. Deepen restorative practices. Designate tiered intervention specialists to serve as restorative practice coordinators who can lead initiatives, mediate conflicts, and train staff. We currently have ripple effects and also move this world SEL curriculum to build student self-awareness, and so enhancing those programs within all schools will help us move forward with progress. Enhance teacher support and development, a strong emphasis to classroom management support, offering training and coaching on effective classroom management techniques that prioritize de-escalation and positive reinforcement. Create alternative discipline pathways. So developing structured alternative to suspension, such as incentive programs, Division-wide mentoring program pairs students with caring mentors, such as community volunteers, college students, or district staff, who can provide guidance and serve as positive role models. Restructure alternative program pathways. So reassess program objectives and vision. Define clear goals. Focus on academic achievement, behavior growth, social emotional learning, and career readiness. Also providing a flexible schedule to students with diverse needs. Part-time, evening, or virtual classes for students with those unique needs. Engage students as partners. Create student equity councils and at each school to provide input on discipline policies and share their experiences. Also, a regular survey to students on their perceptions of the discipline policies, fairness. Strengthen family and community partnerships. Host events that celebrate the cultural diversity of the student population, fostering mutual respect and understanding. Partnering with local organizations, mental health providers, and social services to offer wraparound support for students and families. And this is currently happening with the FRT process. Enhance data transparency and accountability. School equity audits. Conduct equity audits in each school to examine discipline policies, practices, and outcomes. Share the results with stakeholders and develop tailored action plans. Invest in long-term change. Pipelines for diverse educators. Develop programs to recruit and retain a more diverse teaching workforce that better reflects the student population. Build advocacy and coalitions. State and national networks. Join networks or coalitions of districts working to reduce disproportionality in discipline, to share best practices and learn from successful models. So goal 1 for PBIS implementation with fidelity. Require each school to create a PBIS leadership team to oversee implementation, monitor fidelity, and make data-driven decisions. Goal 2, increase staff training and buy-in for consistent PBIS application. Provide ongoing professional development to administrators, teachers, and staff on PBIS principles, behavior expectations, and intervention strategies. Suggestion 1, require monthly PBIS reports, progress reports from each school. Suggestion 2, ensure school counselors, interventionists, and administrators collaborate on discipline decisions using PBIS principles instead of punitive measures. Goals for establishing reliable discipline data tracking. Goal 1, implement a standardized real-time discipline data tracking system. Goal 2, ensure equity and transparency in discipline data reporting. Suggestions for establishing reliable discipline data tracking implementations. Suggestion 1, create a division-wide discipline data review committee. Goal 2, provide training for principals, assistant principals, and staff on accurate and consistent discipline data entry. Tiered intervention specialists. Collaborate with school leaders to examine disproportionality trends in discipline and identify patterns related to race, socioeconomic status, and special education status. Use data to prioritize students and schools needing additional support and to identify root causes of disparities. TIS continued. Collaborate at the Tier 3, collaborate with school teams to design IEPs, functional behavior assessments, and behavior intervention plans for students with chronic or severe behavioral challenges. coordinate and implement restorative practices, facilitate restorative practices via Panorama Ed pilot schools to demonstrate the effectiveness and train staff for broader implementation. Monitor data on restorative practice interventions to measure their impact on reducing suspensions and disparities. Summary checklist for the superintendent to move the goals forward. Appoint a lead team or coordinator for accountability. Strengthen early intervention and support services, functional behavior assessments, behavior intervention plans. Use data-driven decision-making and make it transparent. Checklist continue. Expand PBIS and SEL programs to improve student behavior before disciplinary referrals occur. Next steps. Assign clear ownership for each initiative with timelines and accountability measures. Next steps continue. Update, revise the disciplinary matrix for Montgomery County Public Schools. Update and revise level 1 through 5 administrative responses. Update and revise Montgomery County Public Schools school-wide progressive discipline plan. An intensive focus on schools with high OSS incidents and non-negotiable PBIs for all schools. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, sir. You covered a lot of ground on that. Well, Dr. Bragan, any comments to add?
Yeah, just some of the things that what we've been working on and what Mr. Howard has spent a lot of time and effort doing is many of the things that were listed there. And as we delve deeper into what it's going to take to make those improvements that we want to put into practice, it's a lot of work there. It's not going to happen overnight. And I think we're making inroads, but there's a lot to be done. And in all honesty, I know I was given this goal in December to have it completed and finished by June. I see this as an ongoing project, that the work will have to continue, and I would expect as you all to hold me accountable and see if there's improvement as we approach the end of the school year. But the things that we went over and we talked about and the comprehensive nature of this plan, it's going to be more than 6 months to implement.
Great, thank you for that. School board, who has questions, comments? Who's going to start?
I'll start.
Ms. Purcell?
So I know that one of the points in here is revising some of the policies. Like that would be something that would then be brought to us for approval. So yeah, I guess my question is, I'm sure that there's a lot to that. Kind of where are you? What can we do? What can we expect to help facilitate some of this other action and improvement?
I think one of the first policies we want to look at as a school board is the code of conduct. I know that was something that was being brought up in the beginning of this school year and was put on pause until the hate speech policy was implemented, which it is been approved and is part of our policy now. So I think that would be the first one we would want to focus on. One was just to update some of the things in there that are outdated that we knew coming into this school year, but then to include some of the things that we're going to look at here as far as improving the SEL connection, the PBIS stuff, and moving forward with more restorative practices as well. Mr. Howard, did I miss anything?
You're good.
I'll let others go.
Okay, great. Ms. Vaughn?
Yeah, I'll just kind of weigh in on the code of conduct. I've kind of said basically since I've been on the board that people in the beginning of the year just sign off. And I don't think that's an intention, but we've got 3 or 4 children in the system at different schools, and you've got this many papers, and you're just signing your name. And I don't really think people truly know what the code of conduct is. So I don't know how we need to get that out there and express it. You know, I'm definitely appreciate everything we're trying to do, but along with everything else that we're changing, it's the action that you take. When we have students cursing our teachers and staff, it is unacceptable. And we have got to get control. I'm a true believer, and that is my kind of new outlook, because I understand there's difficulties in all lives, all walks pass, but that is not acceptable. And we have got to stop it somehow. I don't know how, but it's just not going to be accepted. I just don't think even a 10-day suspension is not enough. So, and I'm just using that one certain thing as an example. So I personally think we need to do whatever we need to do to get on top of these issues. We need to, without being disrespectful to anyone, we need to take back our education and our schools. And I've said that to everyone. I've said it before, and I truly believe it. So thank you for the work you've done. I know this is just the start to try to make some good changes.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to see that happen. Thanks.
Ms. Parton?
So, Mr. Howard, thank you so much for the presentation. I know you've put a lot of work and effort and time into it, so much appreciated. And I can tell you that I am a stickler on discipline. The other board members can probably tell you too. They've seen me in closed session. We have a problem, and I know it's something we've got to get started on. Looking over the presentation, I've made a few notes when I read it at home, and then I've made some more while I was here. It looks like what is being presented are not necessarily maybe what I would consider alternatives, but maybe more of encouragement to not do things to get you in trouble. Supposedly, like some incentive to not do anything that's going to get you in a position you don't want to be in. And I don't really have a problem with that. But what I do have a problem with is not holding our students accountable for their actions, because we are not doing them any favors by doing that. And so I'm old-fashioned on discipline, and some people like that and some people don't. But I'm all about holding people accountable, no matter who they are or what's going on. And some of the problems I see happening with this particular maybe structure that we're looking into is that we already have some policies in place that we have defined as an automatic suspension, vaping, weapons, and we just approved a hate speech policy that has automatic suspension in it. How is this going to work with those items we've already got set as far as automatic suspension, possibly?
So in my mind, I think we're already doing some of that, but needing to do a better job with communication.
Okay.
And so the piece in here where you may have seen schools need to provide accurate, current information. Sometimes that information is not maybe disseminated efficiently.
Okay.
And so
I
that's
agree.
part of the process, part of the problem in terms of communication. So that's what I can share.
Okay. So I do agree we need to work on the communication of that, because we've even had a lot of people coming in that were unaware, as you know, about certain things that could happen if and you did what, on certain things that we have where discipline is concerned. So, and I think your PowerPoint kind of answered this question about where did this technically originate from? Do we have any data that has tracked, that we have tracked to show that we may need to use this type of disciplinary, or I don't even know if I'd call it disciplinary, change? Because it's a big shift from what we're doing now. So do we have anything that we try, any documented evidence that warrants that this?
So I guess based on my time here, a little more than 5 months, being involved in the hearing process, the discipline hearings, school board hearings, taking a deep dive into the suspension letters that I receive, and the majority of those students, as I believe Dr. Bragan shared with you, did not have a functional behavior assessment, which did not lead to a behavior intervention plan. And so in the Code of Conduct, maybe one of the first paragraphs, it speaks about being proactive. And so that's why some of the measures that I have in here, those things that we're lacking, is what I've seen just in my short time here. It hasn't been a survey, anything that I've shared with the community. I am working to put together, as I mentioned, a school discipline advisory committee that also includes stakeholders and their voices to get their input. But to answer your question, when you talk about implicit biases, when you're visiting some of the classrooms or you ask administrators, hey, did we follow these processes or these steps that are in the code of conduct? If we're not doing the reentry plans that we said we were going to do, if we're not moving forward with the things that are in the code of conduct, I just think we need to kind of pump the brakes for a second. Go back to what we know, but also those things that are in there, best practices, that when you see districts or divisions being successful, those are the things that they're doing.
Okay, and so thank you for that. And I did want to touch on the fact that you did mention survey, because I was going to bring up maybe the possibility, because this is a big issue. It's not only an issue for the school, it starts in the home as well. So I would even say reaching out to stakeholders, seeing how they feel about this, what's been presented as far as how this is handled, get some information, maybe get some background stuff from home, get parents involved. We definitely need to get our staff and teachers involved. And I just want to make sure that are we saying that, and maybe I'm reading too much into this, but do we believe that our administration and our staff are either doing or not doing something that they should be doing by wanting to make this change, or am I just?
I can answer that, Mr. Howard. What we're trying to do here is be more proactive in averting some of the discipline that gets to all of you and gets to us, right? Somebody gets in a fight, somebody brings a weapon to school, somebody brings drugs to school. In no way are we suggesting that we tolerate that, look the other way, or go soft on that, because I don't think that's the answer. I think the answer is to getting to the children before they get to that point. And those proactive measures, the PBIS stuff, the mentoring programs, getting children to feel connected to their schools, to their teachers, to their community, is really what we need to do. And I've said this, I said it to the principals today, I think it was, we had our meeting, or the other day, I don't remember. But when children are actively engaged in their classroom in activities that they believe are meaningful to them and they're benefiting from, they typically don't misbehave, right? So when do kids misbehave? When they don't feel they're part of the community, when they don't feel their needs are being met, they don't feel that what's being done in the class is meaningful to them. And over time, day after day, they wound up becoming behavior issues. So the idea is, rather than just work from behavior intervention plans, functional behavior assessments, or dealing with the maladaptive behaviors after they've occurred, is to try to be more proactive. And in no way does that mean that we're going soft on discipline either, right? The idea is to prevent students to taking those actions and giving them more opportunities to behave and deal with their conflicts in a more appropriate manner, right? So I don't know if I captured that correctly, Willie, on what we were trying to do. Mr. Howard, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Bregan and Mr. Howard. And I totally agree with wanting to try to stop it as best we can. But on the other hand, I still think that this does not need to take the place of our discipline policy as it is. So thank you very much for your time tonight.
Dr. Guidry.
Thank you very much for all your hard work on this. I actually looked for the PIBs and FBAs and was like, oh, good. Because I agree with you 100%. There are proactive measures that we should be engaged in to prevent certain disciplinary actions that, so I appreciate that. I agree that this is not about taking discipline less seriously, but doing everything that we can proactively, so I appreciate that very much. So much information on slides was a little hard for me to process, and there were I was like, I don't know what MTSS is or PBIS or FRTs. So just you don't have to go through them, but sometimes you write it out and then you put the acronyms. It makes it a little easier to to follow. I think for me, one of the things I'm excited about is just to see the next step, because I think of like project management, like who is doing what when, because there are like so many things in here to see it mapped out, because it will take quite some time to implement. So that's what I would love to see next is that like time frame, who's doing what. Like I was reading this, I was like, I don't know who's doing a lot of this actual work. So part of that accountability in implementing some of these strategies is like knowing who's doing what and who's responsible. So I'm looking forward to that next step, but I appreciate these efforts that that you're engaged in.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Franklin?
So I'm glad to see students' voices and input in here a lot, because as I keep saying, they're the ones in the building who understand what's going on. And many times they tell us why it's going on. So the tiered intervention specialists, so if I remember right, we only have 3. And it seems like there was a lot of responsibility for them. So are their roles going to change, have more added to them? What's happening with that?
Right now, there are a total of 4, Ms. Franklin. I think one is devoted a lot of her time with the court system. But I think Dr. Bragan will probably, if possible, remain at the 4 and move the initiative, do the things that we can. And as we grow, maybe we can add a TIS down the road. But right now, I think to focus with the TIS that we have, and maybe restructuring or just reassessing some of their responsibilities. I think a lot of their responsibilities right now is devoted to attendance, the FRT process, and so there will need to be a shift with their roles.
Okay. So with PBIS, so this is something that our equity department has really been working with for years, trying to get folks to understand the different levels that they need to be doing to help our students so they don't end up in front of the board. So it was on page 19 and 20, I believe it was, it stated suggestions. So why would we have suggestions? Why wouldn't it be, this is what we're going to do?
Well, I think one was presenting, I guess, based on Superintendent Bragan's goal 2 for disproportionality. I gave goals, but also suggestions on things that I thought would support those next steps.
Okay, from that perspective.
That's probably why I ended up 30-something slides, but just diving deep into the mission and the vision of Montgomery County Public Schools. It's not going to happen overnight, but just being vested to the mission and the vision is something that I am taking seriously.
Okay. So as far as reporting terminology, so that's one of the things that has come up, that sometimes it's just so vague that you're not clear as to what actually took place. So in one school, it may be reported as inappropriate behavior, and another school goes into more detail as to what that is, so it looks a different way and is handled a different way. So if we're going to be monitoring and keeping track of things, unless we have some kind of consistent terminology, then we're still going to be all over the place with what's happening. And so on page 15, when we're talking about pipeline for diverse educators, because right now we're losing our diversity with our educators because they don't feel welcome and included. So when we're talking about the whole discipline thing, representation matters.
Yes, ma'am.
So unless we are truly making sure that the adults we're bringing into the system feel welcomed and honored for their experiences and what they know and their voices being heard, how's that gonna happen? Because right now it's not. So I would really like to see that before everybody leaves.
The data actually supports we've increased our diversity in all our hires over the last 2 years.
And then
That's
they
not an
leave.
accurate representation.
And then they leave, or they're so frustrated.
Permission. I do know that Dr. Widener and her team, HR, is looking to recruit more HBCUs. For example, I think I would have had an opportunity to visit and participate in the HR process at North Carolina A&T. I think that was a snow day, and I probably had something else, but I really wanted to engage in that piece. Even though I probably was stretching thin, I think that would have been a great opportunity to share the opportunities here in Montgomery County Public Schools. So I do know that that department is working to be present and visible at HBCUs. But there are other races as well that I think would be advantageous to having become a part of this division.
And then they leave. I'll just leave it at that. That's all I have.
Okay. Dr. Roundtree?
Yeah, Mr. Howard, thank you for the presentation. I'm really happy to see that this is moving along and that we're putting in some practices for positive behavior interventions, trying to work discipline issues prior to them becoming discipline issues, and then also trying to make sure that we reintroduce students in a proactive way into the environment after discipline issues occur. So thank you for the presentation.
Yes, sir.
Great. And I'll just reiterate a couple of points briefly. I had the same consistency concern as Ms. Franklin. You know, I think with a lot of the information that you shared with us, you know, we tend to see more, we tend to see certain schools coming through our discipline process, but we don't see others, and yet the data might indicate that we should, right? So that speaks to some kind of consistency, you know, across the schools that I'd love to see addressed. But also piggyback on Dr. Guthrie's comment, I think that there is a lot in here, and, you know, to Dr. Bragan's comment too, you're not going to solve all this in 3 months or 6 months or a year probably, right? So like seeing kind of some kind of high level schedule of when you might expect some of those things to be addressed. Yeah, as Ms. Purcell said, when the board might expect to see, whether it's policy updates, whatever else, kind of on our horizon would be a great next step for us, just to kind of see how this is going, because it's very exciting and it's going to be a lot of work, right? It's not going to happen overnight, so look forward to seeing that. Great. Any other questions or comments? Awesome. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, great board. So, so 2 draft school calendars for the 2025-26 school year are provided to the board for consideration and approval. One draft was the one that was developed by the calendar committee, and that was presented to us, I think, at our last meeting. While the other draft was an amended version that reflected feedback from the recent calendar survey and some school board requests. So we have both of them in front of us tonight. We also have Dr. Widener to answer any questions about those before we want to entertain a motion, if there are any questions.
So I have one question. I was a little confused by the two, because my understanding from the last conversation was that draft was no longer under consideration, the draft calendar. right? The original one, because there are two in front of us right now, and one of them was from the original committee's recommendation, correct?
So the draft calendar is the draft calendar that was developed by the calendar committee.
Right, and so based on our last conversation, like that's not the option on the table, because we already discussed, the majority had discussed making changes to the calendar, correct? So I was a little confused why we still have the draft calendar if we had already as a board set that aside or amended it with certain changes.
I believe it was just for comparison.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the mission that we heard at the last meeting was take all the feedback that the school board members had shared
Yeah.
and come up with something that we could present to all of you to vote on. That is the amended one, not the draft, the original one.
Okay,
Is
great.
that correct? In your understanding?
My understanding might have been slightly different. I know the board, you had agreed that you only wanted to look at a calendar for 1 year going forward. So we removed all the drafts for year 2 and year 3. And then there were 2 amended versions, or 2 alternative versions, I should say, at
Right.
the last meeting.
Right.
So one of them was amended with a variety of the suggestions that you all presented during that last meeting.
Okay, great, because I was like, I think some people might be confused by having that original draft, but I think, I guess should I start? Since I already did, yeah, okay, sorry, didn't mean to jump in. So we got emails, and I see with this, the one has the changes, we're at 182 days. I was a little ambivalent about shortening a winter break. I'm even more so now. So I'm going to have a hard time accepting a calendar that has such a short winter break based on my own concerns and also the feedback that we got. Particularly with us letting out on the 23rd with an early release so close to Christmas. And then I know Dr. Roundtree had advocated for a shorter calendar. I don't know what my fellow board members think, but we did get feedback on that. And I think that there's just going to be a lot of absenteeism if we do that, if we have that shorter break. And so I think other changes, great. I think we're almost there, but we have gotten some feedback on that winter break.
We'll go around. Ms. Parton?
So I don't think I was a fan of either one initially. Usually am not, but due to, I'm not going to continue to repeat myself, instructional hours and how I feel like the kids need to be in school more. But again, with Dr. Guitry, we did receive a lot of emails as a board, and I did as well individually, with some concerns about winter break. And, some of those made some valid points. So for me personally, as a board member, my own opinion, I wouldn't mind maybe working around that and adding some days back to the winter break as requested, if they want to compensate and have some of those days taken away from spring break, because I am all about the 182 instructional hours. So if winter break is more important and they would rather have that time closer to Christmas, which I can understand, it would be letting out right at Christmas time, and I know there were some concerns about when they were going to return as well. I would be willing to compensate that for, and I did have some feedback saying if they had to choose, they would rather it come from spring break rather than winter break. So with that being said, if they would be willing, or if they would want, or the majority of the board would be willing to compensate part of that spring break week, 2 or 3 days of that week, and move that into 2 instructional days to keep the 182 instructional hours, I would be in favor of making that motion.
Okay. Ms. Vaughn?
Well, and I agree. I would I know we got quite a few emails. Most of the emails that we got were from staff or somebody who was on the calendar committee. And I see that one way, but we also got a couple from a parent, a grandparent. And that spring break week, she had shared that it will cost her $275 to find daycare for her child that week. And she said that one of the places that she looked at was 220. They took 20 kids. We have a whole lot more kids in Montgomery County than 20. There's just not a lot of places for daycare in this area, and it's expensive. And the people that I hear from is that's what they're saying. We can't afford it. We don't have the extra money. So I am all about taking 2 days off of that spring break and putting it on the winter break if that's what we want to do, because I am totally against spring break. It puts a hardship on our parents, or at least the parents that I hear from in my district. And, and I've said that from day one, and I'm going to stand beside it, but I am willing to entertain the idea of taking the 9th and 10th off of March and putting it on the 22nd, 23rd of December. And since that seems to be the route that we are going, and it would still get us 182 instructional days, and but most of the emails we did get said they would rather have it at winter break. But I do think we have to take in account the parents of students that have to have daycare. Not everybody has family. Not everybody has a stay-at-home parent. Not everybody has an opportunity to have that. So we need to think about those families as well.
Okay. Ms. Purcell?
It's been an emotional roller coaster to grapple with these calendars. For me, over the last couple of weeks, I've had a lot of discussions in addition to the emails that the entire board has had. I came into this meeting tonight kind of expecting to, again, thank you for all of the hard work that you've done to listen to our feedback, make changes to the calendar, put out a survey, but honestly approve the first calendar draft that you originally shared with us, and I don't know if that's even still on the table or not. I understand the financial hardship of a spring break, but the same thing happens over the summer. The same thing happens at Thanksgiving break for people who work in hospitals or other places where they don't have holidays off. Public schools, not a free babysitting or a daycare. I 100% wish that we had more accessible, easy to access, affordable, wraparound care. That's a whole other problem. And that's not, that doesn't make or break a spring break week that people really support. So for the amended calendar, I really felt that the taking winter break days away or making teacher work days kind of within there was some board overreach. So I don't feel comfortable with supporting that at all. So I guess we'll just see where things land. I'm okay to pass the original draft calendar also.
Ms. Franklin?
If the board chooses to go back to the original draft, we can do that. We just call to vote. So the original calendar, when we decided that we wanted to end school before winter break, that first semester, because as we've also heard, but the reasoning to put the days back in January is because you're starting a whole new school year. in the high schools. And teachers needed that time to be able to get prepared. So I am most definitely in favor of putting the 22nd and the 23rd back in there along with the work days in January. Now, I have concerns about that whole week for spring break. And then you're going to have Christmas, Easter following right behind it. And it is a true hardship for folks. As Ms. Baum said, we do not have enough daycares. And the ones that are, they're very expensive, which leads to our children being left alone a lot of times. And when we talk about feeding our students, this is another issue, that they're going to be without food, many of our students possibly. So I would agree with making sure we're keeping the winter break and the extra teachers' work days in January, because that was part of the trade-off with getting that semester ended so that students didn't lose stuff and then have to come back and start a semester, end of the semester in the middle of January and then get started again. But it's just too much time in the spring for parents to have to try to figure out what to do. In the summertime, everybody knows the summertime and they know how to figure that out. But then when you put a week here and then 2 more days here, and then like this year, all the snow that we've had, that adds up. So that's where I'm at.
Okay. Dr. Roundtree?
So I appreciate the work on the calendar and getting us to this 182 days. I'd be good with putting back in the 22nd and 23rd into the calendar.
Okay. Is that all your comments? Okay, I'll take that as a yes. Okay. I guess for me, we at our last meeting, if I'm not misremembering, the main purpose for shifting that spring break back was to try to align with Virginia Tech, and we did a lot of gymnastics to try to make that work, which included taking away some days here and pushing back the start in January so teachers have the work days. And with all the feedback that we've gotten, that's definitely hard on our teachers, right? So that's taking away a lot of time from their break. And a lot of them are parents as well in our division, right? So that's an extra hardship on them. So, the more I look at that calendar, the less I like it. I feel like we kind of slapped that on the wall to see how it stuck, and I don't see it sticking very good. So I'd be more inclined to go back to the original draft that we had that came out of the calendar committee that we asked them to do before we started messing around with it. So that's kind of where I am. That calendar committee still came out with the prioritizing a full week of spring break of the survey, whether you believe it or not. That was the data that we got. Still advocated for a full week of spring break, right? So, I think we have a lot of differing opinions up here tonight, but we are being asked to come up with a vote. So, I guess I open the floor for a motion.
Can we continue?
Sure. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's still more questions.
So why are we unraveling the work that we did? I think I don't understand. Like, we had given the administration direction based on the consensus of the board, and now we're saying, and then we did the survey, and we were close, and now we're like, well, let's just undo everything we did. I don't even understand why we still have that draft calendar after we had a consensus from this board. But to the point about the week-long spring break, in shortening that spring break. I understand that it is a hardship for some people. No matter what we do, there is going to be hardship in this county, no matter what our decision is for some families. But before you interject, I'm just going to say this. We did a survey, and 88% of the respondents said that they want a week. Those people thought about that week, right? If only 40% thought we should have a full week, but 60 were like, that's going to be a hardship. If we do a full week, that is going to be a hardship for our family. Would they have voted for a week? No. So I don't know why we did a survey because we wanted input from the community, which includes employees as well as families and a whole diversity of our constituents. And for us to say, oh, you didn't actually mean that. The 88% that said we wanted a week, oh, no, you don't. It's going to be a hardship for you. Let me tell you, it's going to be a hardship for you. You didn't think about it. I don't understand why we would ignore the feedback from the community on that issue. Now, if you want more instructional days, get rid of Easter. Because if you're thinking about holidays, more people observe New Year's, and that's one of the reasons we got feedback from teachers because they travel. The same thing with Christmas. That's more widely observed than Easter. So if the issue is really about instructional days, get rid of Easter. Because then what you're doing is you're honoring the will of the people, 88% who say we want a full week. You get your 182 days, we're done. If that's really what it's about.
Okay, if I may, 88% wasn't of 20,000 people. It was of about, what, 2? Okay? And most of your peoples that do surveys are our staff members, and I think you know that.
No.
It's very few of the community members. And most people don't even do surveys. And I respect your thoughts, but these are my thoughts for my district, and this is what I feel like they deal with. So I'm going to speak out for them and what I have heard. And I know for a fact how hard it is. And yes, we're not in the business to be daycare, but you know what? We have a summer every year, and there's lots of camps throughout the summer that people provide for. There's lots more opportunities in the summer than there is all of a sudden a week of spring break. Now, I can vote no. You can vote yes, any way you want to do, but I can vote the way I want to, just like each and every one of you can, okay? That's why we're elected to this board. So I'm not going to argue the fact. The emails I got said, and I can pull them up, they want the winter break. I feel like Easter break is a traveling, and we got feedback a number of years over that on the Monday because people were visiting their family over Easter break. So, but those are holidays. They have family generally. They're not having to get out and hunt and peck. Again, you don't have to agree with me. It's okay. It makes sense to me, and that's what matters to me. It makes sense to me. So, with all due respect, I heard your point. I appreciate it. I respect it. This is mine. And, I can't, I'm not ever going to support a spring break. It is what it is.
We're kind of going around again naturally, so Ms. Parton, you have anything you want to add?
Yeah. So I'm not going to get into the survey again, but I'm greatly appreciative of everyone that does take the survey. I do think that everyone's thoughts are important, but here again, we are all here to bring in the thoughts from our respective districts and then collaborate and try to feel like we do what's best for our students. Our students. Let me repeat that. Our students. And while I understand what you're saying, most of the emails I got from the ones who did say they want the break during Virginia Tech break are willing to forgo that so they can have their winter day break back. And they've said that right here. I've got it right here. And I even went as far as to get some emails that say they would rather have their spring break over the Easter holiday break because of travel sports. So we've got a really hard decision to make because no matter what we do, we're not going to make everyone in the county completely happy. But what we do need to keep in mind is we need to be respectful to one another. We need to take into consideration everything we're hearing from everyone, and in the end, do what we feel is in the best interest of our students.
Ms. Purcell?
So, once again, after all of everything that we have asked the administration to do, talking to constituents, reading emails, despite the personal inconvenience that I initially saw with the first draft calendar, with a break that did a week-long spring break that does fall over the Easter holiday in 2026. That is the calendar that I feel comfortable supporting tonight, and not the draft, or really any draft that's going to align with the Virginia Tech spring break in 2026, because it just doesn't fit. What we did to try and make that work was making the quarter shorter. This year, I think we learned, quarter 3 is pretty important. They lost almost, 2 weeks of instructional days due to inclement weather, which you can't predict. Next year, maybe we have a mild winter and there aren't any inclement weather days. So I think after all of this back and forth, people that I've spoken to, just really ruminating on all of it, I think the original draft calendar is the one to support for 2026. I will just share a personal anecdote. I always have to work over Easter because I have 15 weeks to do my job every semester, and that falls right in the middle. We get to the end of the semester and you got some flexibility to wrap things up. My husband takes the kids to go visit his parents, and I catch up on work, and that's just how it goes. So if I'm kind of imagining how I might deal with a spring break next year, where I know my child isn't in school and I have to be at work, I figure it out. I've got a year to do that. But I think the original draft calendar is the way to go. It was a beautiful alignment of the end of the marking period, 2 university breaks for 2025. That made a lot of sense for this year. It doesn't make sense for 2026.
Ms. Franklin?
The draft calendar is the calendar I can support without the 30th and 31st. So when we look at the Easter break, we have one holiday, Good Friday, which means a lot of parents aren't working, so that gives them some relief. The weekend is in there, so that gives them extra time. And the 6th, that Monday, a lot of people now have that Monday off, or they're able to schedule vacation, because not everybody can schedule vacation because not everybody can be off at the same time. But it does give folks an opportunity, because when you are celebrating a holiday on Friday and you've traveled, on Sunday, it makes it very difficult to get back, which means we're going to have students who are not going to be in school on Monday. So I can support the draft calendar excluding the 30th and 31st of March.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Roundtree, any other comments from you?
Yes. So I think we went about this calendar, went around and around on this calendar for quite a bit. And I think in the future, we need to start earlier on it, similar to what we did to the budget. And we also need to make sure that we provide, get the surveys that we need to get from the community early on, and then the board provide guidance to the administration and the calendar committee as to what kind of guidelines we want them to follow while preparing a calendar. Of course, it's too late this year to really go into that, but I think we need to participate in the process a little bit more than what we have in the past. And that's, I can, as far as which calendar I can support, I can support either of the calendars there. I prefer the one that has a little bit shorter winter break. 2 weeks and 2 days is a long time for kids to be out of school, especially with the concerns of potential weather days in January and February timeframe. And we could take some days from spring break, but a week during that time frame, approximately 2 months into the school year, kids are starting to get worn out, and a little bit of a break is a good thing. And it's a set time in the year. Easter's always difficult because it sways something like 28 days around the calendar. You don't know exactly when it's going to be. Sometimes it's towards the end of April, so you have a very long period of time before that break comes around. But that's all my continued input.
Okay, thank you, sir. I don't have any other feedback that hasn't already been shared, so.
Can I, if we're going around, can I, or do you want to go for it?
Got it, right.
Okay, so I'm going to lose this one, I can tell. So I just want to make sure it's super clear that we put the calendar committee put forward a calendar to this board. We asked for input from the community. 1,526 members of our community provided their feedback, giving clear feedback. 63%, over 63% were parents. Clear preferences in some directions. As far as when we end the calendar, there were differing opinions. So we could go even later if it's about 182 days or other ways of working this. But I just want to be super clear about the process here, that we've just been engaged with this calendar. We had one calendar, we asked for feedback, and we are basically ignoring that feedback. We are just putting it aside. And now we're just going to go back to, and what I mean that is we are going back to that draft calendar. So we are going to have to answer to those people who are like, why did you even ask for a survey if you're just going to go back to the original calendar?
Well, let me ask you a question then, because
Yeah.
I wasn't going to argue, but I will now. So we got that feedback, and we kind of spitballed a calendar up here on the fly at our last meeting that I had concerns with. I expressed those, but I went along with the majority so we could get something out there and get feedback. We got no positive feedback on that calendar that I saw in any of my emails. Like, no one said, great job. Everyone said that I read, now, again, I can't speak for everyone, but I saw no positive feedback on that calendar. The only feedback that I saw said, go back to that other calendar that y'all started with. And so if you look at that survey that we got, most of the feedback from that survey supported that last calendar that we looked at. The only difference was that there was a slight majority that wanted to align with the university calendars. But then we realized, oh, Tech and Radford don't align again next year, so you'd really only be aligning with one university, which wasn't exactly what the survey asked for. So for me, I don't see how what we propose really even meets that survey, other than just trying to align with Tech, because we were already doing everything else.
Well, multiple things, but so I got those emails too. The point of most contention was about winter break. That was the primary issue because we shortened it, and I mean, and that went. See, the thing is, that went against the community feedback that we got. They wanted 12 days and 10 days, and we went back to 7 days. So the fact that they were not happy with the calendar was they didn't have to argue about alignment. They didn't have to argue about 1 week. And some people expressed opinions, and there's some flexibility with that. So the main point of contention was not about our adjustments, with the exception of winter break, which went against community feedback. We went against the community feedback. They wanted 10 or 12, and we cut it back to 7. So that would be my response, is that the reason we didn't hear favorable things about like the spring was because we gave it. We listened, we responded, and we gave them the week. We had the alignment because the majority of people wanted the alignment with Virginia Tech. So that would be my response.
Okay.
Well, if I remember, I'm sorry, if I remember the last meeting, it was a board member that requested some of the days be shaved off of the winter break, not me. Okay, it was another board member. So I think our administration was just going on different, everybody had a different feedback. So let's see what we can do. Let's throw it in, let's retry it again. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That's what our job is. That's what we do, okay? We do that on everything. It's not just this. This is what we do every single year around the calendar because so many parts of the districts have a different way of life. And as far as being off, I don't have any of them off. And there's a whole lot of people like me that have 0 extra time off. So I'm not speaking in regard to how it fits my life. I'm speaking in regard to how it fits a whole lot of families that aren't affiliated with a certain structure. Now, I'm willing to make a motion that the original draft, I agree with what Penny said, take the 30th and the 31st off of March, and I make a motion that we support that calendar.
Guess we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, so when it comes to decisions that we make sometimes, even though we may ask for input and we get a lot of input, there are things that we know that the public doesn't take into consideration because it just doesn't register. And that is, okay, folks, I'm talking now. Students will not be in school because they're going to be traveling. And if we're talking about getting the most for instruction, they're not going to be there. And we're going to have staff who's going to be upset because now they've had the time that they've cherished to be off is cut. And those extra days to be able to get ready for that second semester, they are very important to our staff to be able to prepare for that. So that's my thoughts on, sometimes we have information that other folks don't have, or it just doesn't go into, they just don't figure it because it's not a part of their life.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. So the motion on the floor is the original draft, which had the full winter break, including the 2 teacher work days on the 5th and 6th, right? Of January. Had the full week of spring break. But then, I'm just going back to the calendar itself, right? So that calendar, and as a part of the motion, would be making the 30th and the 31st of March instruction days, right? Okay, just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
It also revolves around the Easter break, so it has. So we'll make sure we're talking about the same calendar. Okay.
Roger that.
But that's for this year because Easter moves.
Oh yeah, right.
Yes.
Yeah, this is just 25, 26. Yep.
25, 26.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Well, thank you, Ms. Franklin. Any other comments on this calendar on the motion?
I really don't support taking the 30th and 31st off. That's the one thing that really goes against. I'm looking at the survey results right now. 87.9% said they prefer a full week, What really seemed to not work in all of our machinations was trying to accommodate some kind of time off at Easter in 2026 and aligning with the university. That's where we're shaving days off marking periods, shaving days off of other holidays. The original draft calendar honors as much as possible of the community feedback that makes sense for also doing what we need to do for kids. So that's where I am with that.
Okay. Any other comments?
Yeah, so to Dr. Guitry's point a few minutes ago as well, one thing, when we have a calendar and people have a problem with it, we get a lot of feedback. When people are happy with it, we don't get the same kind of feedback. So I received some feedback associated with the calendar and the alignment, and that people were happy with it. We talked about pushing it 2 years to see how it goes, or so that we get the feedback from this year on it. I do also understand that keeping the grading period aligned with the spring break is beneficial. This year, I think the way that things are going out, that with next year's calendar, there's just some dates that are difficult to work around. So potentially the original draft calendar is satisfying some of those items, aligning the various semesters and whatnot. But I agree with Ms. Purcell that we should stick with a full week for that break. And I would really like to in the future, when we give guidance on the calendar, just give guidance that we want the week that includes March 20th to be the week of spring break. And for reference, March 20th is the first day of spring. So that kind of makes sense to have it. Spring break includes spring.
Well, I'll just say this. In the past, as Dr. Roundtree referenced, that we get involved more in the beginning. And there was a time that the board gave their priorities to the calendar committee so they would know, so we didn't have some of this back and forth and round. But inevitably, we do anyway. Calendar is worse than budget. I just like, oh, calendar. I hate to see it on the agenda.
Yep.
So we definitely need to make sure we have our priorities lined out before it goes to the committee. So then when they do something that lines up with what we say, we need to shut up and just say, okay, thank you.
Yep. Any more discussion? We have a motion and a second. Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Can I read back?
This is with those 2 days removed, right?
Sorry, what was that, Dr. Roundtree?
Is this with the full week for spring break or the 3 days for spring break?
This is kind of a 4-day spring break, right? Because it spans that Easter weekend. Yep.
So you're only,
Okay.
It's not a full week.
You want to read the motion back? That'd be great.
Yeah, just to make sure I have it right.
Yep.
Motion to approve the original 25-26 draft calendar with adding March 30th and March 31st as instructional days.
There. It's already there.
Sorry. It's a lot of permutations here. Okay. I agree. That was what I understood out of the motion that was made. Who made the motion and the second?
Jamie and Ms. Franklin.
Do you both concur with what she said as the motion? Okay, good. Okay. Call the roll.
Okay. Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin? Yes. Dr. Guitry?
No.
Ms. Parton,
Yes.
Ms. Purcell,
No.
Dr. Roundtree,
No.
Mr. Hudson.
The power. Gonna go no.
Okay. 3 in favor, 4 opposed.
May I make a second motion?
You need a new motion.
I move to approve the original 2025-2026 draft calendar as originally presented by the calendar committee for approval for next year. No seconds?
Second.
Okay, I heard a second. Okay. Any more discussion?
I'm
What's the
sorry.
question? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm confused. What was the motion that I just said no to? I thought. Yes. Yeah.
Motion was for the original draft calendar.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Just minus the 30th and the 31st
Okay.
on March, but it still leaves the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 6th. Spring break, and also includes the Easter break.
Okay,
And
so we
it
have-
also had all of the Christmas went back in there.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the original draft calendar, which is almost identical to what we just voted on, just without taking away the 30th and the 31st. Okay. Any discussion on this one? Dr.
Dr.
Roundtree.
Roundtree.
What was that?
I just didn't hear.
You had the second, right?
Asking.
You had a second on this?
Yeah, I had a second. Yep.
Just want to make
Yep.
sure we heard that right. Okay. Okay.
Ready?
Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond,
No.
Ms. Franklin. No. Dr. Gittrey.
No.
Ms. Parton,
No.
Ms. Purcell,
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree,
Yes.
Mr. Hudson.
Yes?
3 in favor, 4 opposed.
All right. So now we need a new motion. Freaking calendars.
I motion to approve the amended calendar with Monday, December 22nd and Tuesday, December 23rd added back in as vacation days or holiday days.
I'm sorry. What was the last thing that you just said?
So the amended calendar with the 22nd and the 23rd as added back as vacation. So a full 10 days of vacation for students, 9 days for teachers.
I can second that.
Can I ask for a point of clarification on that?
Sure.
With that proposal, would you, since the 19th would be the last day before break, would we put that in as an early release day as was originally proposed?
Sure.
That makes sense. Friday the 19th.
So so amend my motion. I think Ed has to agree to it.
Okay, let me clarify. If we do what Dr. Roundtree is making a motion on, would that still mean that the students wouldn't come back from spring break until January the 7th?
Come back on the 5th.
You mean winter break?
I'm sorry, yes,
No,
winter break.
they would come back from winter break on the 5th.
Okay, so you would still want those 2 teacher work days on the 5th and 6th to be removed. Is that correct, Dr. Roundtree?
That is what the calendar has. Correct.
So again, those are work days for the folks to prepare for the second semester. And to ask folks to use their winter break to get ready for the next semester, for me, is not acceptable.
The second is a work day in the proposed in the amended calendar.
That's one day.
And we're,
Yeah. it is.
Yes.
So how many days, Dr. Widener, if we did that, how many days are we looking at with that option?
Just so I make sure I'm hearing everything correctly. So we're adding the 22nd and the 23rd back in as holidays. So that would remove 2 days from the instructional calendar. That
Are
would
we
bring us
back at
to
180?
We'd be back at 180. The 19th becomes an early release day for students. The idea of the early release day was to give some staff some time in the end, at the end of the day, before they leave, to close things out.
Right.
And then that leaves in 1 teacher workday on the 2nd. So I think that's going to be a 180-day calendar.
So we met back from 182 to back to 180
Right,
now.
but could you, another thought to that would be add the 23rd, make the 22nd an early release, and then give the 2nd the 5th a teacher workday. That way they would have the 2 teacher workdays at the start of the semester, plus add the day and the early release to the winter Christmas break. And it would make it 180 days still, correct?
Did
And
you
it
say
would
make-
have Easter and spring break full week.
Did you say make the 22nd an early release?
Make the 22nd an early release,
I
make the
could-
23rd a day off, and then also add a teacher work day on the 5th and move first day to the 6th. So you're getting, it brings it down to 180, we're getting 180 days in. There's a week of spring break, there's Easter break, there's almost a full 2 weeks at Christmas winter break. There's 2 teacher work days at the beginning of the semester.
I could get behind that, Jamie, except I would suggest just leave the 22nd off. So it's an 11-day holiday for the students, 9-day holiday for the teachers, and we're down to 179 days.
Well, so before we start gaming other scenarios, we've got a motion and a second on the floor right now, right? If I'm not mistaken. You seconded it, right, Dr. Guidry? I think. It's been a while.
Yes, I don't remember
remember that.
exactly what it is. Well,
Yeah,
I have that, Dr. Guidry.
yeah, can you read it back? That motion.
I have motion to approve the amended calendar with December 22nd and December 23rd added back as holidays, with 12/19 as an early release day.
That was Dr. Roundtree's motion, and Dr. Guidry seconded, correct?
Yes, I did, because it was getting us closer. How do we make the friendly amendment
Here,
to that to,
I get,
or do you want
let
to?
me remove that. Let me retract and motion. So I retract, and I motion to accept the amended calendar with the 22nd as a holiday, the 23rd as a holiday day, and the 5th as a teacher workday, starting school on the 6th. And that was, the 22nd and 23rd was December, the 6th was, or 5th and 6th was January, just for completeness.
Okay, I know that the teachers wanted to have the 2 work days, but I'll second that motion.
So that provides the 2 work days. The work days would be on the 2nd and the 5th.
Right, okay, sorry. So it would have the teachers back on the 2nd. Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. So just to clarify, so then that would take us, if I'm doing the math right, that would take us down to 179 full days?
Correct.
And that also takes that third quarter down to 42 days. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Motion and a second. Any more discussion on this one?
Can I just ask one point of clarification? With that proposal, is the 19th, Friday the 19th, an early release day?
Oh, right. Dr. Roundtree, is it still an early release in your?
Sure. Yes.
So you're gonna have an early release day on Friday, come back on Monday, and then go back out. How many kids are gonna really be there?
And go back out.
No, they're not coming back on that.
No,
Monday.
he's
They're
adding.
not coming back on that Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah.
That would be off.
No, he was saying leave the 21st.
No. No,
Okay.
In December.
No. So
22nd, 23rd, and early release, I believe, on the 19th. I think that's.
The 21st is a Sunday.
It sure is. Okay.
Yep. I saw it's still white in there. So, yep.
Okay, so I think we have a motion and a second. I guess the motion, I think I just heard Dr. Roundtree agree that in his motion, there would be the early release on the 19th. Is that correct? And Dr. Guthrie,
Correct.
you okay with that as well? Okay. Okay, any more discussion?
I don't know. It just makes me really uncomfortable to just be kind of shifting days around on the fly to accommodate a week off in March that really, while we tried to make it fit, it really does not fit. It personally inconveniences me. If you're honoring a week of spring break in 2026, it makes a lot more sense in that particular year to line it up with the Easter holiday as presented in the original draft calendar from the committee. Not to be shifting around and like doing things on the fly, and that's my 2 cents.
Okay, any more discussion? Okay, so Ms. Osborne, could you read the motion back out again before we do a roll call?
I have motion to accept the amended calendar with December 22nd and 23rd as holidays, the 5th as a teacher workday, start school on 1/6, and the 19th as early release.
And just to
That's correct. As
And just to clarify, that brings us from 182 and 180 down to back to 179.
That's correct.
I do believe Virginia Tech's commencement, the winter commencement is on December 19th. I don't know if that's much of a factor in this, but traffic and other things going on. Okay. Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond? No. Ms. Franklin? No. Dr. Gittrey?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
No.
Ms. Purcell?
No.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Doesn't really matter, but I'll say no.
2 in favor, 5 opposed.
Okay, I'm going to go back to my original motion, and that is the draft calendar excluding March 30th and 31st.
I second it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, correct? Did I hear a second? Okay.
Can I ask a question about Robert's rules? If you voted down a motion, can you put forward the same motion again?
Yes.
You can?
Yes,
Okay.
I just did.
Any further discussion on this one?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Dr. Gittrey about the one thing that our community asked was for a full week of a spring break, and having a Friday to Monday off or a Friday to Tuesday off makes for any kind of extended travel that people want to do much easier. I can be for this calendar with those 2 days in there, but it's going to be another no vote for me without that being the full week.
Okay, so Ms. Franklin, would you entertain an amendment idea of if we kept the 30th and the 31st and removed the 6th, that would put us at 180 days. It would give spring break a full break. We would still be having an Easter, and it still would be around Easter. We just wouldn't have that Monday.
So that would bring the teacher workday to the 2nd of January, from what I understand, Ms. Bond?
Excuse me, no, it wouldn't
Is that
make
correct?
any difference there. It would keep the 2 work days there, since that's the start of the semester.
She's talking
Well,
about
no,
April
you're
6th.
saying,
April 6th.
I'm sorry, April 6th. Yeah, apologize. Well, I said
oh,
March 30 and 31st. That was the original motion, was to go with the
okay,
draft
yeah,
calendar.
no, I'm with you on taking out March 6th.
It's April 6th.
Or sorry, April 6th, sorry.
Ms. Franklin, questioning you. What's your motion?
And I
Mike's off.
okay, didn't say that.
Well, you can't hear me over those two over there anyway. So, no, I can't accept that.
Okay, what about leaving the 6th, adding the 31st, so it's still a full week, it's just a split full week? Taking away the 30th, leaving the 31st, and then, I'm just trying, okay? I'm just trying, I'm just throwing
Nobody's
out
gonna
everything
come.
to try. I give up.
So do
Has
we
there
have
been a
do we
second
have
for the
motion on
motion?
We have a motion on the table.
We have a motion and a second, right?
Okay, so
I think I heard a second, correct? Originally?
Yes.
Okay.
there's no discussion.
Ms.
Should we
Osborne,
go over the vote?
call the roll.
So this motion is to approve the draft calendar excluding March 30th and March 31st as holidays. Correct?
Correct.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin? Yes. Dr. Guidry?
No.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
No.
Dr. Roundtree?
No.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
4 in favor, 3 opposed.
Motion carries. Oh, sure, I'll get some flack for that, but we gotta move on. You're all right. Can't make everybody happy. All right. My goodness. Hey, Dr. Wagner, while you're there, why don't you present an MCPS staffing update?
I will do that. This is hopefully a little bit more straightforward.
Is anything not?
All right, here is staffing and vacancy information as of today. A list of our current vacancies by positions. So you can see we have 2 administrator positions that are open, 9 certified instructional positions, 11 special education certified, and 40 classified. And then you can compare those to, what they represent in terms of percentages of positions across the school division. Those are those vacancies compared to last month. So you can see that we've made some progress in filling some of those positions, most notably in the area of classified positions where we have reduced the vacancy from 50 to 40. Those are our current administrator vacancies. We are in the process of filling an administrator of ELA. We are in the hiring process for that. And then our principal position that is currently open at Eastern Montgomery Elementary School, we do have a candidate recommended for that position. Under our current school certified vacancies, many of these you've seen before because most of these have been open for some time now, so we continue to look for applications. In most cases, at this point in time, we are now looking to fill those positions for next year. And we have approved a candidate for the ESL position, and we do have somebody approved for the IT DART position. Our special education vacancies, again, you've seen many of these before. And at this time, we're really looking at trying to fill those positions for next year. So we have filled one of the school psychologist positions, and we do have 4 candidates who are approved for our special education teacher positions at this time. So these are all the positions that we have filled for next year. At this time, we have approved 10 candidates to fill a variety of certified positions for next year. And again, we are in the hiring process right now, doing a lot of interviewing. Right now, between now and the end of the year, most of our focus for certified positions is going to be looking to fill the positions that we know are open for next year and the positions that we know we need to fill. So again, you can see in yellow among those positions where we have already approved candidates. And we are in the hiring process for some of them as well. Moving over to the classified side, we do continue to look to fill a number of custodian positions. And this has actually been updated later today. We actually have 2 candidates that are coming before you this evening. So where it says there's candidates in the hiring process, 2 of those are coming before you on the personnel report later on this evening. We've also, at the recommendation of the facilities department, posted part-time custodian positions. And so we have 3 recommended candidates to take on part of these vacancies in a part-time capacity. And then we continue to look for a couple of positions in our facilities department, as well as 1 bus driver position. And then our instructional classified positions, we have several candidates recommended to fill para positions and a bus aide position. So again, we're accepting applications still for a number of open positions there. And then last but not least, just our substitute fill rate information for the month of February, comparing that to previous months. We continue to maintain a pretty good fill rate for our teachers. It was slightly down last month, 91% from 93%. Our para fill rate was down as well. But we do have 453 active substitutes, and we're still continuing to hire substitutes. We're continuing to see a lot of new substitute applications come in. And a lot of our student teachers who are in our buildings at this time have gone through substitute training, and so many of them are also eligible to substitute for the teacher that they're working with. Any questions?
Board, any questions for Dr. Wagner? Well, Dr. Roundtree, are you good?
I'm good.
Okay. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, board, any items of unfinished business?
So the implementation, the plan for the hate speech policy, and a while back, we talked about having a presentation from our nutrition folks, and I would really like to see that.
I believe the nutrition presentation is scheduled for the 18th, March 18th board meeting. We haven't had that agenda prep meeting, but that was the plan. And the implementation process is ongoing. We had an initial meeting today with our principals. We'll get that out to all of you in the very near future for the hate speech implementation.
Great, thank you, sir.
Oh, and no, it's new business. Go ahead.
Okay.
I have an item of unfinished business, or it's maybe long-standing business. In 2013, there was a Safe Routes to School committee that helped make recommendations to localities about just different ways to help kids get to school a little bit safer with regard to speed limits and crossing guards and other things. And it's been more than 10 years now. The program still exists. It's a state program. There's grant funding available for facility improvement. And I was wondering if the division could consider revitalizing that committee and assessing some of the needs for kids walking to school.
We could definitely look into that. If you could share that information with me, Ms. Purcell.
Absolutely.
Dr. Roundtree, do you have something, sir?
Nothing for me. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Any other items of unfinished business? Any items of new business? Okay.
I've mentioned this kind of on the fly for several years now, and with our previous drawn-out conversation, I would like us to look at year-long school, year-round school. I mean, I think you will be surprised that
That's just a biggie.
I think it would be beneficial to the community, our students. The instruction time you wouldn't have that long summer break, so that might help stretch some things out. So I would like us to entertain looking at that.
I believe we received a grant to explore that at Eastern Montgomery Elementary School. We had the same grant we got for exploring that option last year at Charlesville Middle School. And it kind of died in committee down there as far as when they did the exploration on what that would look like and if staff in the community would support it. But we can get that information and bring that back to the school board.
I think it'd be interesting to learn more about it. I'd be curious to know if any other counties in the state that do it.
There's grant monies out there that the VDOE provides for you to explore it. So we'll definitely get that information. And we did get one of those grants.
Interesting. Okay.
Richmond City or Henrico has year-round school.
Okay. Be a fun exercise to explore. Any other items of new business? Okay. Any announcements? Yes, it is. School board chair goes last, you know that.
Okay. I have an announcement. I want to thank District D for having me as their school board representative for the past 19 years. I did have thoughts of not running, mostly due to the time involved in the late meetings. But when it came closer to making a decision, my passion for this position definitely started shining through. And I realized I wasn't finished. So I will be seeking election this year. And if my district will have me, I will be honored to serve another 4 years if I'm elected.
Okay. So first off, I just want to say again how proud I am of all of our honorees tonight, our students of the month, our staff that were honored here, as well as our music professionals and administration and all of the great things that our students are doing with the music. I would like to see maybe if we could get some, and I know it's hard for all the schools to kind of, there's so much going on, but if we could maybe get some more information or communication when things are happening, and I know some of them are good about contacting like their reps or maybe who represent them, but maybe if board members get that information and you guys could pass it along. I think Laura has passed on some things to me before, and that's just the fun things that we like to go do and experience and see the great things that our faculty and our staff and our students are doing. So would appreciate maybe being able to get more information on that so we can make time to try to go to as many of those fun things as we possibly can. And I also have something I was going to let everyone know. It has been an honor to represent District C on this board for the past 8 years. While we have accomplished many things over these last years, there's still much work for us to do that needs to be done. That's why I'm excited to share that I will be seeking re-election this fall to continue moving our school division forward, and your support. Thank you.
Great. Any other announcements?
I'll just congratulate, despite the mood I'm in, congratulate BHS's MAC teams, the science. I just got the message of the Super MAC science 8-time straight winners. My son's on that team, so congratulations to them. And to all around was also victorious, and English were runners up. So congratulations, the MAC teams, and to everyone who participated, of course.
Great.
Is your son also on the MAC team? No, okay.
And I believe the BHS Scholastic Bowl team won states, didn't they? So congratulations to them as well.
Any other announcements?
Chair, if you don't mind, would you or Dr. Bragan mind, we had received an email to the board that apparently there's been some miscommunication somewhere as to what the board does as far as the calendar is concerned and the decisions we make. If we could just get that clarified, just to make sure that the community is aware of what our job is where the calendar is concerned, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. I apologize for not coming back to that earlier. We talked about that, yeah. We did get an anonymous email that was purportedly from MCPS staff, but it did make some claims in there that were incorrect, such as whether we had the purview to identify teacher work days and other things, right? That's a part of the calendar that we approve, right? So that's absolutely part of our purview, so. Were there other aspects of that, or?
I think it was just that we basically just made sure that the instructional hours were met and that we really weren't supposed to do anything else, but that's totally incorrect.
That's incorrect, right. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, one announcement for me then. So back when I ran for school board many, many years ago, like 3 or 4, one of my important aspects felt it was important for parents to be on school board. I'm super happy to see as many parents that are currently on the school board, grandparents. But as of this spring, I will no longer be a parent of an MCPS student because all of mine are going to be graduating. And so I'm planning to go make some good trouble somewhere else, or maybe Radford. I don't know. We'll see. But I will not be running for reelection this year. So I look forward to supporting other parents. I know of some that are very interested in running, so I'll be interested in supporting them and getting y'all somebody else good on the school board. So great. Well, I'm not done yet.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks.
We'll give you your kudos in November,
There you
December,
go.
January.
Sounds good. All right, our upcoming school board meetings are noted in the board docs. Our next one scheduled will be March, oh, actually, right. So apologies. So we do have a joint meeting with the Board of Supervisors on March 17th. And that was partially requested, mostly requested by them to make sure that we had a chance to talk with them prior to any approval of their budgets and tax rates and all that good stuff, so we could have a more in-depth conversation on our budget needs if necessary. So that's our next meeting at Christiansburg High School. And I'm hoping we might get a school tour as a part of that. Yes, sir. 7 p.m.
Hard hat tour.
And then our regular meeting is on the 18th. Yeah. That's not how we would normally do that, but that was a request from them, so. Roger that. Okay. Do I have a motion to enter into closed session as authorized by section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia to discuss 2 personnel matters and 2 legal matters?
So moved.
Ms. Purcell and Ms. Franklin. Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond? Yes. Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Gitry?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. In closed session.
Want to go back there? Yeah, we can do that. Good point.
Do we want to extend? Do we want a motion to extend now? Because we. Okay, I move that we extend the meeting for a half hour.
Ms. Bond? Yes. Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Gitry?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree? Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
6 in favor, 1 not present.
Motion carries.
Again, you gotta go set that up. Is it set up? Can I just turn it up?
It's already set up, but let me give you this. It's on your laptop.
Desktop?